everyone, today we're building a simple in-browser code editor you can use for lessons, homework or practice. Type HTML, CSS and JavaScript, switch tabs and watch the results appear instantly. You can save your work and load it later and run quick checks to see if your answers pass. Best of all, it runs right in your browser. No downloads, no accounts, no setup. By the end, you'll have a single page you can share with students or friends. Open it and start coding. Whether you teach or learn on your own, this is a handy tool to keep around. So grab your coffee and let's open up Visual Studio Code and build this project step by step together. Nice and easy. Imagine handing your learners a single web page where they can type HTML, CSS and JavaScript and watch it come alive right away. That's what we're building today. This editor keeps things simple and fast. 3 focus tabs, a live preview and smooth keyboard shortcuts. Press Ctrl Enter to run and Ctrl S to save, so you never lose momentum. There's also a validation panel for quick JavaScript checks, perfect for auto-grading exercises and giving instant feedback. Everything happens inside the browser. No servers, no accounts. You can save your work as a JSON file and load it back later. And will also remember your progress with local storage. The interface is responsive and keyboard friendly, and it's easy to rebrand for your academy or course. Let's try now some examples with our code editor. So here you can see the interface where we have 3 tabs. We have the HTML tab, the CSS tab and JavaScript tab. So I've got some ready examples to visualize and to try together. Here I have example.txt. Let's open up this file and you can see we have here a section for the HTML language. Let's copy the HTML section and paste it right within the HTML tab. So you can see here, this is the interface, or this is the user interface where we have here some buttons like clear log. Then we can pass into here or paste the HTML. So we have a tab, click on it. You can see that this tab now is activated. It's now active where the color is green, and then we can run that. You can see now we have backbone web page structure. So HTML builds the structure for a web page. Now let's go and copy the CSS. As you can guess, if you go to the CSS tab, here we have another tab, specialized and specified for CSS. So we have separate tabs. We can switch between them and go to the CSS. Then if we click on run, you can see now the CSS has arranged the items in a reasonable and beautiful way. Let's also copy the functionality of JavaScript. So JavaScript adds the live to our web page. Let's paste it into the JavaScript tab. Click on run button and you can see now it's working. If we click on the red button, it converts the background color of the body element into red, and green, it turns that into green. Blue, it turns it into blue color. Here we can go to open preview in a new tab. So we have this button that says open preview in a new window. Let's click on this nice button and you can see it transfers us, or it redirects us to a new blank, a new window that says about blank. Then we can click on these buttons to switch between the colors. So color switcher. This is a nice example that we've tried now with our code editor. And as you can see, our code editor interprets the HTML, the CSS, the JavaScript and converts it into a real web app, real ready web app. As you can see here, we have the preview section where we preview the app or preview the project. Let's move on to our next example where I've got another ready example to try. Let's copy the HTML. Here we can delete the HTML and paste it the new HTML section, also the CSS. Let's copy the CSS and paste that into the CSS tab, paste. You can see now, run. We have this to-do list, but now if you write anything here and do add, it doesn't add it. So this is a to-do list, okay, where we can write our to-do. For example, we have a to-do of writing a Python function, but now once we click on the add, it doesn't add it. Why? Because we didn't paste the JavaScript here. Now let's copy the JavaScript section and paste it into the JavaScript section or JavaScript tab. Now note, once we click on run and type anything into here, for example, to do, write your homework, then add, wow, it automatically adds that to do, as you can see. So our code editor is flexible. It accepts HTML, CSS, JavaScript, or just HTML, or for example, a project just using HTML and CSS but without JavaScript. So it is flexible. You can run whatever language you need. So you can specify what your project needs and use whatever language you want to use or you would like to use. As you can see now, we have a fully working app that is utilizing HTML, CSS, and the functionality of JavaScript to make this app live. Let's add more. For example, another to do, like writing a function in JavaScript. It adds that, as you can see, and once we click on it, it does a strike through. For example, I've done this. Okay, now let's move on to the next example to try it. Copy this HTML section, paste it into, as you can guess, go to the HTML tab, then you have to focus on this, delete, paste it into here. Also, let's copy the CSS code or CSS section, paste it into the CSS tab. The same goes for the JS. Let's copy the JavaScript and paste it into the JavaScript tab. Now let's run that. You can run from here or you can run with tests. Here we have this nice web app that generates random quotes. So every time, once we click on new quote, the best way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. That's a nice quote. And you can generate more quotes by clicking on new quote. Okay, so as you can see, we have this web app, which is a code editor, a live code editor, fully working on the browser. Here we have this task assignment panel where a teacher can write some tasks here and the student can read the task and apply what the teacher has said. And also we have here a text area for validation tests where the teacher can write some validation tests to verify whether the code of the student is correct or not. So here, JavaScript only, optional. It's optional. This is totally optional. You don't have to write every time some tests to verify what the student has written. So this is like a verifier that verifies whether the code of the student is correct or not. Now let's try the functionality of the saving and loading. If we get rid of this, for example, and write a new project here, let's write, for example, in the HTML, let's write a paragraph /paragraph and write into here hello world, and then some UL and put some lists, for example, HTML, another list, CSS, list, JavaScript, and lastly list code editor. And let's run this. As you can see here, we have some elements. We have a paragraph element with this UL element. Let's go to the CSS and write some codes into here. So let's style our elements by going paragraph, font size 20 pixels, text align center, and for example color, let's set it as yellow, or for example orange. Run. As you can see now, we have this styling. Let's set the font weight to bolder. Run. Now the font weight is bolder. Okay, and also let's increase the font size 50 pixels. So you can see here we have hello world, okay? And also let's style the UL. So the UL is an ordered list in HTML. Let's give it some styling here. For example, you can see here the curly brackets here. When we open a single curly bracket, it automatically creates a closing version of that curly bracket. And here we can write some styling for the UL, as for example, list style none, and also the lees. Let's go lee and set a font size of, for example, 20 pixels. Let's run that. You can see here, let's set here list style to not be none. You can see we have some UL with these elements. Here, let's go to the, for example, JavaScript and do an alert of hello world. We can run that. So we have an alert, hello world. Then it shows us our project. Now let's save this project, okay? Let's save it. It now downloads a JSON file. So JavaScript object notation. And this JSON file, if we want to later upload this project and have it here ready to go, we can do that by using this load button. So save, it saves a version of this project and downloads a file. As you can see, if you go to the downloads now, downloads, we have this JSON file. Let's get rid of them and do that again. Let's save another version. You can see here we have this version. Let's go to the downloads. Now we have this version, Academy. It's named academy-web.json. And by the way, you can replace the name or you can rename it later when we do the JavaScript section. You can name this file whatever you want. Currently, I am naming it academy-web.json. Now, if we get rid of this HTML, okay, let's remove that. Let's remove all of this. Get rid of it. Let's keep anything 0 and clear log. Run again. We don't have anything. So now we have 0 styling, 0 HTML, 0 JS. As you can see, you can verify that here. Let's now click on the load btn, which is a magical button. Load. And then let's choose this file, which is academy-web.json. Open. And you can see now it loads the project. And by the way, it loads every single language into its respective tab. So it puts the HTML inside the HTML tab. It places the CSS into its respective tab, which is CSS tab. It places the JS into its respective tab. And once we click on run, it executes the JavaScript, and also plus it executes everything HTML and CSS. So this is a nice functionality to save your project locally and to load it back later. As we said, you can save your project and load it back later, which is a nice functionality and helpful if you work on projects that needs more time to continue building it. Okay, so here I have another example also. If you go to the examples here and choose this example, example 4, let's copy the HTML. So now we are trying and verifying. We are doing a walkthrough of our code data and exploring its features. We are exploring the capabilities and the possibilities of its features. Let's paste the CSS into the CSS tab and copy the JS and paste it into the JavaScript tab. So copy and paste. Feel free to write whatever code you would like in the HTML or CSS and JavaScript. And by the way, if you write any HTML code or any CSS code or any JS code, it will be interpretable by our code editor and it will be executed as you want. Let's run that, and you have here, this is our code editor. This is what the code we have put it here. So now this is what gets rendered out of this code. And here you can see we have an RGB mixer where we can mix the colors. So here we have the red channel. As you know, we have an RGB color system. Red channel, okay, then green channel, then blue channel. And if you zero all the channels, guess what? It becomes black. So if you zero the red, green, blue, it becomes black. If we fill them, it becomes white. And if we do some ranges of them, if you do some mixture here and there, here and there. You can see we get every single color in the world. Okay, and also we can open that and preview it in a new tab. As you can see, we get a full preview, a full width, as you can see, and we can play around with the colors as we want. Okay, so here you can see the values. So feel free to code whatever you want. Feel free to try whatever code. You can build sliders, you can build headers, nav bars, footers, or whole websites. So here we have clear log button where we can clear the log. Here we have some log. So you can try to run this app with tests. So it runs with tests and it displays here the time, the current time. Here I have the time for 38 o'clock. You can see here the same time, and also it's AM, and also we can run from here and have some logs, web preview updated. So every time we click on this, you can see it inserts a new span into this area saying that web preview updated. But every time we click on this button, it runs with tests. Okay, so it tries the test mode and we can clear that log. And here we have notes. Everything runs inside the browser in a sandbox. You can save the work as a JSON file and restore it. So this was a complete walkthrough of the app and its features. Here we have these tabs and we can write some codes. And also here we have the run btn, the open preview in a new window. And here we can save and load back. And also we can clear the log or run the app. And as we said, this task panel, you can write the task as a teacher and hand it to your students, and the student will read the task and do whatever you want. So let's build this project together step by step, and let's dive into Visual Studio Code. Hello world! In today's video, we will build an exciting project. We will build a code editor, an online code editor that runs lively in the browser. You can see here the structure and the layout of this project. First, we have a header section that contains here a logo and contains this title that says Code Editor Live in Browser. And here we have two buttons, Save and Load. This button saves the work, and then this button loads a file and loads it to this code editor. Here we have the main section that contains three subsections. First, we have a sidebar element here, task/assignment. Here we can write some tasks, for example, to do, write a function in JavaScript, and here also we have a validation test, JavaScript only. You can write here some code like console.log and tries to mimic the code in here. Okay, so we have a sidebar for notes, for writing some notes and writing some observations. Then we have the main section here. You can see here we have this section that contains a title that says HTML/CSS/JavaScript, and here we have two buttons. The first button is run, runs the HTML/CSS/JavaScript in one hit. You can see run, it runs the project or it runs this code. And here we have open preview in window. This button opens in a new window. You can see here we have a new window that says about blank. Welcome to Programming Ocean Academy, and then try me. Here we have three tabs. HTML, you can write HTML code. For example, you can write an H1 or H2 element, and then right here, for example, Programming Ocean Academy or anything else. And then you can run here, run, and you can see here we have an H2 element. And also we have here a CSS tab where you can write some CSS code, for example H2, and then specify the color as red. When running, you can see that now we have a color red. And also we have JavaScript where you can write JavaScript code. Okay, so you can say here alert and then hello world and then run tests. Here we have an alert, a nice alert in JavaScript. So as you can see, we have this section to write code, and here we can preview that work. We can view or display the coded work. And the last section is output. When we click on the run with tests, you can see here it run with tests. If you get rid of the alert and then run with tests, you can see each time it runs the project but with tests, okay? And here we have the clear log button that clears the log, clears out the log. And here we have some notes. Everything runs inside the browser, is a sandbox. You can save the work as a JSON file and restore it. So now let's try to build this project step by step. The first thing is we have to open a Visual Studio Code editor, which is my favorite code editor to code web apps. And then let's go and new file, new window, and start a new project by going to file and then open folder, for example. Go to the desktop, and then let's create a new folder in here and name it as code editor or anything else. Let's name it as, for example, my code editor, and then create a new folder. Here you can see we have a new window opened with a new folder, which is my code editor. Let's create a file. Let's name it as index.html. Now we have this file index.html where we will write our HTML code. First, let's use an exclamation mark to instantiate or to initialize this file with the base HTML5 code. Document type as HTML. We want to specify the doc type as HTML, the HTML language as English. So the default language for this web HTML is, or for this HTML web page is English. And then we have head element, meta, character set UTF-8 that supports all characters, meta name viewport. This meta makes the page mobile friendly, allows the page to be mobile friendly and responsive. And here we have title document, or where we can write here code editor, for example, Programming Ocean Academy. And now let's write our code that will go onto the page inside the body tag. First, we need, as we said, we need a header tag. Inside this header tag, we need to create a div element with the class container. So container and also the class row. As you can see, we have a div class container and also the class row. This div element is a block level element in HTML, and it starts on a new line. So it starts on a new line and takes up the full available width. So it is a block level element. And we have assigned a class container plus row. So we want this div to be in a row manner. As you can see here, we have the row manner way of layout. As you can see, we have the logo, title, and here we have two buttons. So it's in a row layout manner. And then inside this div, as you can see, we have two sections. We have this, which is the metadata about the code editor, and here we have two buttons. So we have logo and a title. Let's create here a div with a class logo, div class logo, and keep it like that. And let's create another div with the class of title. And let's wrap these two divs inside a div with the class brand. So it represents the brand information, okay? So here we have div class brand. Inside it, we have div class logo that will contain the logo image. And here we have div class title. And let's write in here the following: code editor live in the browser. And after this div class brand, let's create another div that will contain these two buttons. Now I have a question. What is the manner or layout manner for these two buttons? Is it stacked or row? Well, it's in a row manner. So you can see these two buttons are managed to appear in a row manner, or in a row way. So let's create a div with the class row, and then inside this div class row, let's create two button elements. So a first button element with a class of btn and the class secondary, and let's assign an ID of save btn, and let's give it a title of save work locally. Save work locally. And here let's write in here save, the word save. Also we can wrap it inside a span element. So let's write span and then write save. After this div, after this button element, let's create another button element. So button element with the class btn and also secondary. Why secondary? Because you can see these two buttons appear in a secondary mode. Later in CSS, we will style the secondary class to appear like this look. As you can see, these two buttons are transparent and do not have background. So here, if you return back to these buttons, here we have the button class btn secondary id as load btn. So let's specify the id as load btn, and then let's give it a title. Let's assign a title as load work file, and let's write here inside the span, let's write load. After this button element, so here we have two button elements, we still inside the div class row, but after these two buttons, let's create an input element. This input element of type is of type file, so let's go input type file, and then let's specify an id as open file, and then the type is file. Let's specify here the accept attribute as application/JSON, so that it just accepts JSON files. Okay, this input file will just accept JSON files, and let's here give it the property of hidden, because why? We do not want to show this input. We want this input to be hidden. We want it to be hidden. Now, congratulations, we have finished building our header element successfully. So as you can see, this is our header element, and if we open this file by going to reveal in File Explorer and going to this file, open it, we have this looking. As you can see, it's a backbone structure. Code editor live in the browser. We still don't have a logo. Later in CSS we will define the logo, and here we have these two buttons, but they sound like poor buttons. Now let's create our main section. So let's go ahead and create it. So main, and inside this main element, and by the way, if you don't know what main section is, main is a semantic HTML5 element that signifies to the browser that the content that is enclosed within the main tag is the main and the core dominant content within a web page. And every HTML document should only contain one main element. So it's an HTML5 semantic element and should be used once inside each HTML page, and it is considered the content that goes within the main tag is considered the main dominant core content for this web page. Okay, inside this main tag we want to create three subsections. The first section is an aside element, and this aside element, note, have the architecture of a card. So we have to assign the class card, and also we have the architecture of a panel because it's a panel, and also it's in a stack mode. As you can see, it goes vertically, not in a row mode, but it goes vertically. So we want to assign card, panel, stack classes. Let's go aside with the class card, stack, panel. So here we can see we have the class card, panel, and stack. Okay, aside element with the class of card, panel, stack. Inside this aside element, let's go ahead and create a hidden from the second level that says task/assignment. So here we have task/assignment. As you can see, let's keep the same kind of content. And after this heading from the second level, also the h2 element is an HTML element that signifies to the browser that this text is of the second heading level importance, and it's considered the main subheading in the web page. So it aids the web page to be structured in this manner. Where we have this title that informs the user what this panel contains, informs to the user or tells the user what this card contains. After this h2 element, let's create a text area element with the ID of assignment. This text area element, you can see we have a text area here where we can write anything we want. Okay, so we have a text area element with the ID of assignment, and let's give it the, for example, class element as text, or the class, set the class attribute as text, and also we will need to to put a placeholder. Let's write a placeholder. Let's write here, write the task description here, dot, dot, dot. So here we have write the task description here, dot, 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 and then slash text area, as you can see. So now we have a text area element where we can write anything we want. If you go to our web page, reload, now we have this text area element. And as you can see, we can resize it whichever way we want. You can go smaller, or you can go bigger, as you want, okay? And write here whatever you want. And also, by the way, we have a nice description. Write the task description here, dot, dot, dot. After this text area element, let's create another div class stack. So let's go div class stack. Why? Because it's in a stack mode. If you return back to our page, here we have this stack mode where we have a label that says test area and we have a text area. So it's stacked vertically, not in a row manner. So let's create here a label element, label for test area, and then after this label for test area, let's close this label tag and write here validation tests JavaScript only, JavaScript only dash optional. And let's close this bracket. After this label tag that says for test area, validation tests, JavaScript only dash optional, let's create another text area element with the ID the same as the for tag, the same as the for attribute. It must match. So test area, and then let's give it the class attribute as text, specify class as text, and write here a placeholder as the following: write simple tests to append, write simple tests to append after the students code to check the solution, dot. And then we should close this text area element. So now we have created our div class stack. As you can see, if you go to our page, now we have another div class stack. Now it is not styled via CSS, so it will appear in this manner, like a row manner. But later, when we use CSS, we will design it to appear like that. Validation tests, JavaScript only optional, and when we click on this label, it will focus on the text area. So here, when we click on the label, it focuses by default, automatically, it focuses on the text area, where we can write straight away, immediately, we can write whatever we want. How? By creating a for property, by giving the label a for property, whatever you want, test area, and also specifying the ID for the text area as the same value for the for property, test area. After this div class stack, let's create another div with the class mute. So div class muted, and then let's write in here a tip. We have a nice tip here. Span, and let's specify the class KBD. Now, if you wonder what KBD is short for, KBD is short for keyboard. So this is a keyboard hint. This is a suggestion hint that will help the user to infer what keyboard shortcuts he can use to interact with the code editor. So here we have Ctrl. If the user press Ctrl plus span class KBD, so another span element with the class property set as KBD. As we said, KBD is short for keyboard. So Ctrl plus S to save. Why? To save the code. Okay? So here Ctrl plus, let's write it in capital S. Ctrl plus S to save, comma. Let's create another span element with the class of KBD, keyboard, Control, and also if the user clicks Control plus Enter to run. Okay? So here we have a nice tip. If the user clicks Control S, he saves the project. He wants to save the project, to save, and Control plus Enter to run the project. Okay? If you go back to our code editor here, you can see if you go to HTML and click Control Enter, it runs. You can see here it runs the project automatically. By clicking on Ctrl Enter, it runs the project. And if you click on Ctrl S, it saves the project. Okay, so here, if you go back, we want to create this type of hints. So tip, span element, class KBD, Ctrl plus S to save, and also we have a span with class keyboard, Ctrl plus Enter to run. Now we have finished creating our aside element, our first aside element. We're still within the main tag, so we are still living within the main tag. Let's create another section element with the class of stack. So here, if you go back, this is the section that we want to create now. You can see it's in a stacked mode. We have a div element, then we have some division, then we have another area where we can write code, then we have a preview element where we can preview our project. So it's in a stacked mode. So let's give this section element a class of stack and specify the ID as web-only. Inside this section element, let's create a div element with the class of stack panel card. So here we have div class stack panel card, and also let's specify the ID as web editors. So let's give it an ID of web editors. Okay, div ID web editors class stack panel card. Inside this div, let's create a div class row. So div with the class row. Why? Because here inside this first division, we have a row layout where we have this title, HTML, CSS, JS, and we have these two buttons. So let's create here a div with the class row, and inside it, let's create a h2 that contains HTML/CSS/JavaScript/JS, and after this second heading level h2 element, let's create a div with the class row with two buttons inside it. So let's create a button element, button with the class btn OK, and let's specify the ID as run web. So run web, and here also let's write in here run. So here we have run. Okay, so button class btn OK, and specify the ID as run web, and put the text here run, or specify the text here as run. Okay, so we have a div class row. Inside it we have here a button element with the class btn OK. So it's an OK styled btn, and the ID specified as run web. After this button, let's create another button element with the class btn secondary. So secondary, and specify the ID as open preview, and write in here preview. So open preview in a new window. This is the button that we used earlier to open the project in a new window. As you can see, about blank. So here we have two buttons, run to run the project, and we have another button that says open preview in new window that opens the display of the result of the project in a new window. Okay, so these two buttons are styled in a row manner. As you can see, these buttons are arranged in a row manner, run and open preview window. After this div class row, let's create another div or another division element. So after this div class row, let's create another division element with the class tabs. So let's go div class tabs, and let's give it the ID as web tabs, and specify the role as tab list because it's a tab list, and also specify aria dash label as web editors. Now let's discuss what these attributes are. So first we have a division element, so a block level div element with the class tabs. Why? Because this div will represent the tabs here. This div will contain the tabs here, HTML tab, CSS tab, and JavaScript tab. Okay, and we also need to specify the ID as web tabs. Web tabs, you can see we have a capital T, and specify the role as tab list. Why? This role attribute is an important attribute for assistive technologies like screen readers that helps those with disabilities. helps people, those with disabilities, to read the page or to identify different sections in a web page. So the role of this div element is it is a tab list. So it's a list of tabs that we can click on and switch between the different languages. And here we have aria-label should be specified as web editors to inform the aria is short for accessible rich internet applications. Accessible rich internet applications is a set of attributes that used to add to HTML elements the meaningful patterns or the meaningful ideas that assistive technologies can infer from and tell people, those with disabilities, who use our application. So aria is a set of attributes that can be used with HTML tags to add meaning to those HTML tags and to make them semantic, to make them meaningful to assistive technologies like screen readers. And these technologies are used by people with disabilities. So here we have aria-label as web editors. So this div contains the tabs, the different tabs of the languages. As you can see, we have HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Now let's go to here and create our tabs. So inside this div class tabs, let's define a button element, create a button element with class of tab active, because by default the first tab, the first HTML tab is the active tab, and let's define here the role as tab and give it the aria dash selected true. Why? Because it's the default tab. Here we have HTML and it is the default tab. As you can see, HTML is the default tab. By default it is selected. If we rerun the page, reload the page, by default the HTML tab is the selected tab. So we have to specify for this property aria dash selected equals true. Again, what does aria stand for? Aria is short for accessible rich internet applications. And what is aria? Aria is a set of attributes that can be added to HTML elements to provide meaning and to provide meaningful behaviors about these elements, because the div element and the button element alone doesn't give the assistive technologies enough info about what these tabs do. What is this tab HTML? Because those people with disabilities who have some problems in seeing or some problems with hearing, who cannot use devices well, will not understand what these tabs do. So we want to inform them that this is a list of tabs. So here you can see the role is specified as tab list. So it's a list of tabs. It's a collection of tabs, and each button has the role of tab. So this property helps the assistive technologies like screen readers to identify the role and the behavior of each button. And here let's specify the tab index as 0. So the tab index property equals 0. Data dash pane equals HTML. And let's inside this button write HTML. The same goes for the rest of the languages. So button class tab, but note this time the CSS tab isn't active, so we shouldn't give active, we shouldn't write active here. So we should not activate the CSS tab. So button class tab, and let's give it the role as tab because it's a tab, it's a CSS tab. And then we have data or aria dash selected equals false. Let's write here false, and also let's specify the tab index as -1, and here we have data dash pane equals CSS, and let's close that button element and write in here within these the opening button tag and the closing button tag, let's write in here CSS. Then let's create our third button. So button element class tab, and we shouldn't give it active. We shouldn't write here active because it's not activated by default. Specify the role as what? Tab, because this is the JavaScript tab where we can switch between the languages and choose different tabs. So we want to help people with disabilities to aria-selected to infer that the aria selected here is false. It is not selected. By default, the selected tab is HTML tab. And then also specify or identify the tab index as -1 and give it data-pane equals JavaScript. And close this button and write in here JS, or write the full version, JavaScript. Now we have finished creating our div class tabs section. Let's create another div. So div element with the class of editor wrap. So editor wrap. Inside this div class editor wrap, let's specify here data-pane equals HTML and specify in here another div with the ID of editor_HTML and give it the class of editor. So as you can see, we have a div class editor wrap, data-pane specified as HTML. This is the editor wrap for HTML language, and inside we have another div with ID editor_HTML and the class is editor. And let's leave this div element empty and close this div like that. Okay, so we have left the div element as empty. Let's create another div element, div class. So let's create a div with the class editor_wrap. The same idea, div class editor-wrap. So this is the wrapper for the editor. This is the wrapper here, the wrapper for the editor. And then create inside this div another div element with the class editor and specify the ID as editor_CSS. So you should focus on this property, ID specified as ed, which is short for editor_HTML, and we have and here we have div ID editor_CSS, and let's specify in here data-pane CSS. The last language, JavaScript. So div class editor-wrap, data-pane specified as JS, JavaScript, and here we need to specify here the div with the ID as editor_JS and the class editor. Okay, like that. Now if you go to our web page and reload, we have these three tabs: HTML tab, CSS tab, JavaScript tab. And by the way, we have to keep these hidden. So here we have to keep the CSS editor wrap hidden by writing here hidden. The property hidden is a global attribute in HTML that hides whatever element you append the hidden tag to it. So now we are appending the hidden tag, the hidden property, the hidden attribute to the div class editor wrap, which will hide this editor wrap specified for CSS. The same goes for JavaScript. Let's hide the editor wrap that is specified or specialized for writing JavaScript. After these editor wraps, let's create a div class stack. So div class stack. This div class stack is here. If you go back to our code editor, here we have a h3 element with the text preview, and we have this nice iframe that will display our project's result. So let's go. We have div class stack stacked vertically. We have an h3 element with the title preview, and let's create an iframe element with the ID preview, class specified as preview, and then let's create a sandbox property. Now you may wonder, what is iframe element? Iframe is an HTML element that displays or shows content, or that embeds content from another window into the current web page window. So iframe is an HTML element that embeds content from another web page or from another window into the current live working web page. And we have to specify the sandbox property. And also you may have question, what is the sandbox property? Sandbox property is a property that is used to provide the iframe element with what is allowed and what is not allowed. What should be allowed to be embedded to this iframe element. So it defines a set of restrictions that will define the limits of this iframe element by going allow-scripts, allow-same origin, and also allow dash modals. So here you can see to this iframe element, when we write a JavaScript here and for example alert hello and run that, it shows a modal. If we don't specify this tag here, allow modals, it will not show this modal. It won't display this modal. And also allow scripts. This is an important property that allows displaying the scripts written in here, okay? So here we have three important tags: allow scripts, allow same origin, allow dash same dash origin, and allow modals. And also you can do the following: allow dash forms if you want to allow the forms, okay? So this is a sandbox property. Creates a sandboxed version of the iframe. It creates a sandboxed environment of the iframe and specifies the restrictions and specifies the limitations of this iframe. We just want to allow scripts, allow same origin, allow modals, and allow forms. Now, congratulations, we have finished creating our main section. As you can see, this is our backbone web page. We have a header, we have this sidebar element, and we have this main element that contains 3 tabs: HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and we have a preview, and our work will be shown here, will be shown or displayed in this preview element. Okay, let's go ahead and tackle the last sidebar element, and it is considered an easy element by going after the section element, right after the section element, but we still within the main element. Let's create an aside element, aside, with the class of stack panel card or stack card panel, whichever order. You can put here card panel stack. You can swap that order the other way around. So whichever way you put it, it goes well. Here we have an aside element, class card panel stack, and let's write in here. As you can see, we have this nice h2 element that says output. So let's write in here h2 output. And after this h2 element, which is a second level hidden, let's create a div with the class of out and specify the id property as output. So div with the id output, class out, and let's write in here aria-live equals polite. So what does aria-live means? Aria lives informs the assistive technologies like screen readers that this div element will contain a dynamically changed content without reloading the page or without user interaction with the code data. So here we will have a modified section. Here, every time if you get rid of the alert, every time we run this code, we will have a div that is being inserted. We have some element being inserted into this section. So this area will have a aria alive polite. So the mode here is aria-alive polite. You can set it as three elements: assertive, off, or polite. In this case, we have to use polite. Why? Because we want to politely insert some elements, okay, to this div. So we have a dynamically changeable content that the content of this div will change dynamically without the need to reload the page. So here we have a dynamically changeable content without the need to reload the page. You can see, without needing to reload the page, and also without the need to use any user interaction. After this div element, id output, class out, and then aria live polite, let's create a div with the class row. Why? Because we have this row manner or row layout, 2 buttons styled in a row way, in a row layout manner, arranged in a row. And then let's create here a button element. So button element, let's write here button element with the class btn warning. And then let's write in here run with tests, and let's provide it with the ID of run tests. Here we have this button that says run with tests. You can see it's in a warning manner. So this button has an OK class. This button has an OK class. this button has a warn class, and these 3 buttons have a secondary class. So whichever button here that has the secondary class, here you can see we have these 2 buttons have the secondary class, it will be shown as this transparent background. But the button element that has a class of OK, like in here, button class btn OK, it will be showed or displayed like this, OK styled button. And whichever button or every button that has the warn class here, if you go down, the warn class, it will be showed or displayed like this in a yellowish or orangish color. Okay, so here we have a button element, class btn, class warn, ID set as run tests. So here we have run tests, and right in here run with tests. After this button, let's create another button, but this time with the class btn secondary. You can see the styling, the way of this btn is in a secondary mode. So this button is in a warning mode. This btn is an OK mode, in a successful mode. And then let's write in here clear log. This button will do the clearing of the log, so it will clear the log. Okay, after this div class row, let's create another h3 element with the text notes. So here we have notes, you can see notes, and let's create here a ul element, so unordered list with the class muted. So you can see here we have just 2 elements with the class muted. We have this info, the hints, the suggestions for the user to use are inside a div with the class muted, and here also we have a ul, a nice unordered list with the class muted. So you can see the color is in a grayish mode, in a gray mode. Why? Because it's in a muted mode, silent. Okay, so the ul class muted, and here we have the li element that says everything runs in the inside the browser is in a sandbox, and then let's write another li element, li list. Let's write in here, you can save the work as a JSON file, and restore it dot. So here we have a ul unordered list that contains 2 elements, 2 items, everything here. Let's write everything runs inside the browser, is a sandbox or in a sandbox. And we have another li, you can save the work as a JSON file, the same as in here. Everything runs inside the browser in a sandbox, you can save the work as a JSON file and restore it. And here we have it like that. So congratulations, we have finished building the main section of the page. Now let's move on to the easiest section, which is the footer, my favorite section. So footer or div, let's create a div class footer, give it the class footer, provide the div with the class footer, and write in here the copyright assign like this, and then 2025. Okay, 2025 Programming Ocean Academy, all rights reserved. And let's get the copyright symbol by going copyright symbol HTML, and here if you go to W3 schools, go down here, you can see the copyright using this entity. So we have HTML entities, and we have a numerous items here. All these are considered as HTML entities. If you want to use any of those, you can just copy the entity as here. For example, the euro symbol, or the trademark symbol, or the left arrow, and so on. So here we have the copy entity. Let's copy it and use it over here. The copy entity and copy semicolon, and also I can write it. So and copy semicolon, which is quite fun to write entities in HTML. Now let's go and reload this page, and we have here a nice copyright symbol followed by the year 2025 Programming Ocean Academy, all rights reserved. And this is the footer element. And by doing so, we've finished creating our HTML section. Now, let's do the final thing. Now we have created our backbone HTML web page. Let's create a CSS file here, styles.css, and let's link this CSS file to this HTML. So let's do this part now to finish from it. Here, let's go to the head section. Let's move on to the head section and create a link element, or right link relation style sheet href. Let's connect this HTML page to the CSS file by going style.css, styles.css. You have to be aware of which name you chose. Is it styles or style? In this case, I have styles.css, and I have linked this HTML page to this CSS web page, okay, or to this to this CSS file. Let's make sure that we don't have any errors. Reload, go to the console. We don't have any errors, and we can verify that by doing another test, a little test. Let's do body background red, which is not my favorite color, but this is for the testing for the testing purpose. And in here we have background red. So now we have verified that our HTML page is correctly, successfully, perfectly linked to this CSS file. And also, let's create the JavaScript file. So let's create script.js, and let's link this script file, link it to our HTML page. How? By going to the slash body element here, slash body, and right before the slash body, let's create a script element, or a script element that contains the src property or attribute that links to this file, script.js. And let's go in the HTML, reload, verify that by the console. We do not have any errors. We don't get any errors, which means we've successfully linked to it. But another test, little test, we can do console.log hello world, and also we can do, let's do alert, hello universe. And let's go ahead, run again. We have an alert that says hello universe, and we have also a console here that says hello world. Now we have verified that we've linked perfectly, correctly, this is the JavaScript to our HTML. Okay, so let's get rid of these two elements. And now I can say that we've finished creating our HTML successfully. Now we will move on to writing our CSS and bring the styling decorations to our web page. So see you in CSS. Now let's dive into styling and decorating our web page. Let's move on to the file styles.css and let's dive in. First, let's define our colors variables by going root, and then as you can see we have colon mark, root, or colon symbol, root, the root selector. Let's define here the dash background. BG is short for background, as hash 0f1221. And then let's define the body background as hash 0b0f1d. So 0b0f1d. Then let's define the panel color as 14182b. Also we need the muted color as 8b93a7. If you recall, the muted div here that we have created here, the tip, and also these two list items. So these are the muted items. And also we need the txt variable as e9ecf1. Let's create the brand also. We need the brand color. Our brand color is 7dd3fc. Brand-2 color as 60a5fa. Also let's define the OK button background, the color as 22c55e. Also the warning button as btn eab308. And let's put here a hash mark. And let's define the era button background color as EF4444. And lastly, let's define the radius variable as 18 pixels and also the gap as 14 pixels. So these are all of the variables that we would use across and along coding the CSS code. First, let's reset the default margin, padding, box sizing for all elements. So a star in CSS, a star symbol, refers to all elements, refers to every single element inside a web document. Let's reset the margin, the default margin for the elements to 0. Let's reset the padding to 0, and let's reset the box sizing. Box sizing equals border box. Now we will see every single effect of these codes. Now notice with me, when we reload the page, it will have a margin. All of these elements will have a margin of 0, padding of 0, and the box sizing reset to border box. Now we don't have any margins, we don't have any padding. We've zeroed out all of the margins, paddings, the default margins and paddings that was added by default by the browser. The browser, Chrome browser or Firefox or any browser, adds some default styling like margin, like padding for the H2s, for the text area, text, and we have reset them to be all as 0. Okay, so we can define them by ourselves. Now let's move on to the HTML body elements and set the height as 100%. So now we need to set the height. The height property is a property in CSS that sets what is the length of an element, what is the height of an element, and we need to set it as 100%. Now if you see here, this the page, it has a 100% height. This is the HTML and the body tag. Okay, now let's dive into the body element. So the body element, we need to set a font dash family as sans dash serif, as sans serif. So now if you see with me, now we have all of these texts, you can see in a sans serif font family. So we've set the font family to be sans serif. And so font family is the type of the font, which font you want to use, you would like to use to set for the body element and all its children. And also let's set the background color to be as the following: linear dash gradient, and let's define here 180 degrees. So 180 degrees, the gradient degree, and let's use a variable of the body background. So that variable that we've set earlier, and let's use a variable of the background. And here let's put the percentage as 35%. And let's set the color as the variable txt. Okay, so now note with me, let's reload the page. Now we have this background color for the body set to a background linear gradient. So it is a linear gradient color with a degree of 180 degrees. Feel free to adjust that degree by going to the console and going to the body element here, then adjusting the degree as you want. So you can swap this degree to whichever degree you want here. So you can move that degree whichever degree you want. Okay, and also feel free to change any of these colors. And also we've defined the color to be as the text color. Recall that this text variable is this variable which has this YT color, which is E9 EC F1. Let's move on to the next element, which is header. Now we need to set the padding of 20 pixels. Also let's set the background as background color. So redefine the background color as linear dash gradient to be 90 degrees, comma RGBA. Let's use a RGBA color, 96 for the red channel value, 165 for the green channel, and 250 for the blue channel. And let's put here a alpha value of 0.15. So the alpha represents the opacity of the color. And also let's set an RGBA color by 125, 211 for the green channel, and for the blue channel let's set a value of 252, 0.1 for the alpha channel. here you can see we've misspelled the background. Let's write it correctly, background, and let's put a semicolon at the end, and let's set the border dash bottom, so border bottom to have a 1 pixel of the thickness. So the thickness is 1 pixel, solid. The type of the border is solid, not for example groove, or not for example dotted, but instead we need to use solid type. And also let's set a background color of RGBA 255 255 255, comma, opacity of the value 0.06. Now you can see the header element will have a padding of 20 pixels. Note with me, this header element will have a padding of 20 pixels, and also set the background to have a linear gradient of 90 degrees. So the gradient is moving in a 90 degrees way, and having these two colors, RGBA and this RGBA color, you can feel free to adjust them to whatever you want. And here we have the border bottom to have border from the bottom side. So you can set a border from the top side, left side, bottom side, or right side. Now we have a border bottom from the bottom side. And to verify that it is working, we can set it to 10 pixels to see it very well. Now we have here a border bottom of thickness 10 pixels, but let's keep it a little bit lighter, 1 pixel, and reload. Now you can see we have a border bottom. Let's move on to the container element. The container element, recall, in the HTML we've created inside the header element a div element with a class of container. This container will contain the elements and center them in the page. Will make them centered well in the page, not for example having the full available width, but rather centered like this, centered. You can see the content is centered, not starting from here, but starting from here. And this is a visually appealing way. Okay, so how to do that? Simply by setting the maximum width. So this is an important property in CSS that sets the maximum width an element can have, okay, which is in this case 1200 pixels. So 1200 pixels. And let's set here a margin in line. So if you want to see this, look now, this element now is having the container element here. You can see it is having here a 1200 pixels, the width of the element. And we can set here the property of margin dash inline. So margin inline as auto. And let's set the padding of 14 pixels. Let's give it a padding, and let's justify dash content space between. Okay, you can see now the container is having padding of 14 pixels. Reload the page. Now we have some padding added to this. So the padding is the inner spacing, the inner and the inter spacing of the element. And margin inline as auto, it margins the content as auto. And justify content space between, it center the element and make them and make it space between, having some space between elements. Next, let's go to the brand and style the brand element. Recall that brand element is this div that contains two sub divs, logo and title. So these two elements, the logo, which is not appear yet, not displayed yet, and this title live within a element div which has the class of brand. So brand should have a inline dash size. So let's set display as flex, and also align dash items as center. Also let's set a gap of 10 pixels and font weight as 700. So all we're doing here is we are setting the display mode of the brand element as flex. Why? Because we want to deal with this brand as a flex box element, as a flexible box element. And flex is a new styling added to CSS version 3. So flexbox is a layout module added to CSS 3, or has come by the CSS 3 version, and it is used to style and arrange elements in a one-dimensional layout. So if you want to arrange elements in a 1D layout, you can use display as flex. So suitable here, let's write here, suitable for one-dimensional layout structures. And here we have align items center. If you see now, reload the page, you can see we have now a title and the logo, which isn't here yet, but when we add it, we will have here a logo and this title as code editor live in the browser. So all we've set is the display, flex, align items in the center, gap. So we have a gap of 10 pixels. You can increase the gap here, for example, 50 pixels. The title will move far apart from the logo. So here the title has moved far apart from the logo. So you can choose whatever spacing you need. In this case, I want 10 pixels to put a gap between the title and the logo. This gap, okay? This gap is defined by this property, gap 10 pixels. And also the gap property is a new attribute come from CSS3. Now let's move on to the brand logo. So .brand.logo. This is the logo element. Let's define an inline size of 36 pixels, block size of 36 pixels, and also border dash radius. So let's define the radius, the radiusness of the border as 10 pixels, which is how curved are the angles of the border. And also background. Let's set the background as URL, and I have an image, HTTPS www.programming, or without www. So we can use here programmingocean.com/code editors /new logo.png, and let's put in here center. So let's center the logo /cover no repeat. Okay, so let's now reload the page, and you can see we have the logo here. So here I have some notes to discuss. First, if you don't specify these attributes, for example, if you just leave it as this background URL and then the logo of the URL or the URL of the logo, then it will appear like this. And you may wonder why my logo doesn't show appropriately or doesn't show in a correct mode. Because you need to center the logo. Center. You have to define the center. So I need to center the logo like that. And then you may have another question. Why does my logo or does my image doesn't appear correctly? Well, you need to set the cover. So the logo should cover the entire space. The logo should cover the entire div. Okay, now the logo covers that. And then let's define, sometimes your image will be too small and it will be repeated to cover that. So let's set here no repeat to prevent the image from being repeated in case it repeats. But now in this case my logo doesn't repeat. So this is my logo, and you can see, so here you pass inside the URL function, you pass the URL of the logo. And here you can specify or play around with the border radius. So you can put a border radius, more radius value, for example, 20 pixels. And you can see now the curves here will be more curved. As you can see, now we have a circular type of div, okay, that contains the div. So feel free to play around with these values. Border radius, 10 pixels, block size also defines the height of the image, and align size defines the width of the image. Let's move on to the title element. So title just have a font size of clamp. So clamp is a function in CSS which takes from me 3 parameters: 18 pixels, which is the minimum value, and then 2 viewport width, the preferred value, and then 22 pixels, the maximum value. The clamp function will work in a dynamic and responsive way. So here, if you go to the page and reload, okay, and reload, you can see now the title got larger or becomes larger. Why? Because the clamp function will automatically, or let's say automatically, resize the title depending on these values: the minimum value, the preferred value, and the maximum value. So the clamp function is considered one of those functions that really make your title responsive and changes its size responsively. So clamp in CSS, the clamp CSS function is a powerful tool for creating responsive designs by defining a value that is clamped between a minimum. So we have a value that is clamped between a minimum and a maximum bound. So we have here a minimum bound and a maximum bound. It takes 3 parameters: minimum value, the lowest allowed value for the property. So the lowest allowed value is 18 pixels. This title will not become smaller than 18 pixels whatever happened. So in any case, it won't become smaller than 18 pixels. Then we have preferred value, the ideal or desired value, which will be used if it falls within the minimum and maximum bounds. This is often a fluid unit, like viewport width, like what we've done here. We have a preferred value of 2 viewport width. VW is a unit that is short for viewport width. So viewport width, or a percentage. Maximum value, the last value, the highest allowed value for the property. Okay, so this clamp function works in a dynamic mode, and you can see if we go to the Ctrl+Shift+J and then resize the page, this title will resize and become larger or become smaller depending on the clamp function. So depending on the size. Okay, now let's return back and move on to the main section. So now, congratulations, we've finished styling our header. Let's move on to the main section. So main, let's set a maximum width of 1560 pixels. So the maximum width sets the maximum width an element can have, and it will prevent this element from becoming wider than this specified value. And let's set here margin-align to margin-align as auto. Also, let's give it a padding of 18 pixels and display as grid. And this is an important property. So display grid is a new display that has been introduced with CSS3. Display grid, as we said, as Flexbox is suitable for one-dimensional layouts, grid is suitable for designing and structuring 2D layouts in CSS. So if you want to create a 2D layout structure, like for example cards or a grid-like structure, a grid-like layout, you can use display grid and then set this nice and powerful property, which is grid-template-columns. So this is a really powerful property that sets the template columns for a grid layout structure. Let's set here 280 pixels, 1 fraction, and then 360 pixels. And now let's set a gap of variable gap. Here I want to emphasize on this thing. Now we have this display grid, and you may wonder, display grid, what is the purpose of display grid? Well, let's go and give each of our elements here. Let's go to the aside element. We have aside and we have section, and we have the second aside. So we have a side element, then we have a section element, then we have this aside element. Okay, and now we have set to the main that we want a maximum width of 1516 pixels. If we put a background red for this element aside, and this element specify it as background, for example blue, okay, and this element as background yellow, just to distinguish them. Now we have 3 elements, 3 subsections within the main element. Okay, the main element has a display grid. Okay, grid. You can see now each of these elements now has been rearranged to be in a grid mode, to be in a grid layout. Now let's set some backgrounds to make this idea clear. The aside, let's give it a background of blue. Let's give a background, for example, for this element, the section, give it a background as yellow, background yellow, and let's specify a background for this aside, like for example white. Now as you can see, we have 3 subsections inside this main element, and each section has a width of these values. So the first section has a width of 280 pixels. As you can see, this element has a width of 280 pixels. This element, the second element, has a width of 1 fraction, and the fraction is a percentage value that or is a rational value that gives this element a rational width, meaning the rest of the width of the element that has been available, it will set the width of this element to have a width of the available space, of the available remaining space, and this element will have a width of this 360 pixels. So the pixels are hard-coded units. Pixels are fixed units. When you set for a section a unit with a pixel, then this section will have the same set value for these pixels. But when you give an element a fraction unit, then this element becomes dynamic and becomes flexible, and it will adjust depending on the available remaining space. Okay, so if you want to understand grid template columns, you can play around with those values. Okay, so in essence, grid template columns in CSS property defines the number and width of columns in a CSS grid layout. So here you can see how many columns we have. We have 3 columns, 1, 2, 3. So when you specify here 3 values, it will define the number of columns. Now you can see here we have 1, 2, 3. We have 3 columns, and also it defines the number and widths of columns in a CSS grid layout. It is applied to the grid container element. The grid template columns property accepts a space separated list. So it takes here a space separated list of values, and these values where each value represents the size of a column. Each value from these values represents the size, the width of each column. Common values include pixels, EM for emphasize, and also viewport width, viewport height, and also it could be fractions. And here you can see the fraction unit, which is flexible units. We have fraction, FR. The FR unit represents a fraction of the available space in the grid container. Okay, so you can play around with these values if you want to know more. For example, let's set here 1 fraction, and this is 1 fraction, just to make this idea clear. And here you can see now we have, if we give this background of yellow, for example, and give this element a background color of red, you can see what has happened now. We have an equally sized width element. So these elements have an equal size. Why? Because every single column has a width of 1 fraction, 1 fraction, 1 fraction. So it will be arranged and it will be distributed. The width will be distributed over these 3 columns. Okay, equally, it will be distributed equally. But when you specify, for example, this column has a 280 pixels, this column has a 360 pixels, then each column will have the same number of pixels specified for it, but this element or this section will have a fractional or rational value that will depend on the available remaining space. Like that. So this is an important idea. Here we have, you can see, we have this panel, which is a lower width sized element, and here we have this section, which is, you can see, 1 fraction, and here we have this element as wider than this element. So the third column is wider than the first column. Because why? We have set 360 pixels. So you can play around, or feel free to play around with the display grid and change these values to know more. And the gap, also you can play around with the gap. Recall that the gap variable is set to have a amount of 14 pixels. If we increase that gap and make it here, for example, 50 pixels, you can see now, if you go to this, now we have a gap of 50 pixels. So let's return back and move on to the next element, media. So we need a media query to make our design responsive and fully working for every single device. Maximum width as 1100 pixels. So let's set the maximum width of the media as 1100 pixels. Then let's choose the main element, or select the main element, and give it a grid dash template dash columns to have another set of widths other than this list of widths, which is one fraction. And if you don't repeat that, it will generalize this value over all columns. It will provide every single column with this value, one fraction. Now let's return back, and when we do a media query here, note here the maximum width is 1100 pixels. Let's get a size of this 1100 pixels. This size, let's make the screen lower or smaller. You can see now these elements, okay, like that. Okay, it display in a mobile friendly way. Rather than this, it becomes like this. Okay, so one fraction having a full width. Every element has a full width, the available full width. Now let's go to the card element, or let's style the card element. Recall which elements has the card class to be aware. Here we have this element, aside element, has a class of card. So the first aside element has a class of card. And also inside the middle section, we have a div here which has a class of card. Okay, and also we have another aside element with the class card, which is the third and the last column here. So all of these are cards. Here we have this card, here we have a card, and also here we have a card like element. Let's style these elements and give them the following styles. Background, let's set a background of linear dash gradient. I like setting backgrounds as linear gradients, and let's specify here 180 degrees, comma RGBA, specify here 255, 255, 255. So if you specify the red channel, green channel, blue channel, all of these channels, if you specify them as 255, 255, 255, then it will become white, a clear white element. And then we can manipulate this white by reducing or increasing the alpha value, which is the opacity of the color. In this case, we need to make it 0.05 to make this color darker. And let's set a RGBA color which has a 255, 255, 255, and let's manipulate the alpha value, the opacity, to have a 0.03. So also a darker value, or a dark value. Here you can see the backgrounds now are dark. Here I think we have linear gradient. You can see now the backgrounds are changed to this value. So you can feel free to manipulate this color to whatever you want. Now let's go to the border. Let's give them a border. Why? Because the border sets the outer kind of border, or the boundaries of the elements, to make them separate, or to make the element go prominent, to make the element become prominent. So border of 1 pixel solid, and then RGBA color of 255, 255, 255, and the alpha value as 0.1. You can see now it will have some borders here. You can see now we have some borders. The border distinguishes the element, makes the element feel live. And next, let's go border dash radius to have a variable of the radius value. And let's set a box shadow of 0, and then 10 pixels, 30 pixels, and also RGBA of 0, 0, 0, comma 25. Okay, let's now see the magic. You can see now we have a radius border, so the curves now are curved, and also we have a box shadow. If we go to the console here, so Ctrl+Shift+J, we can manipulate the shadow as we want. Let's go to this element section, for example. Here we have this shadow element. If we go to the stack here, the shadow, you can move the 10 pixels here. You can increase it. We can also do like that, and you can change the color if you want. For example, make the color red, or for example having some yellow shadow, or any other color. So feel free to play around with these values as you want. But in this case, let's keep it realistic and keep the shadows lighter. Let's move on to the panel element and give it a padding of 16 pixels. So the padding sets the inner spacing or the inter spacing of the element as 16 pixels to add some spacing. You can see now here we don't have any paddings, but now we do have some padding. So the interspacing, the spacing inside the element, between the element and its childs. And also if you want to know which elements have the panel, here we have an aside element with the panel class, and also here we have a div element with the panel class, and also an aside with a class of panel. So every single element we are selecting here by the panel class. So we are choosing every single element with the panel class and giving them a padding of this desired amount. Let's move on to the muted or the H2, H3 elements and give them a margin, because recall we've reset the margins here in the asterisk, we've reset them back to 0. So we need to add now some margins manually by going 0, 0, but from 12 pixels. Okay, so a margin value of 0, 0, 12 pixels. You can see now these H2s and H3s element will have a margin from where? From the bottom side, because here we have, this is the top side, okay, this is the top side, the right side, the bottom side, and this is the left side. And if you want to play around with these values, you can go here and change these values to whatever you want. So here, if you we have the top margin, you can see the top, and here we have the right margin, the right, and also here we have the bottom margin, you can see the bottom, and also we can manipulate the left margin by going, for example, like this. You can see the left, but let's keep them realistic, 0, 0, 12 pixels. Now let's move on to the muted element. So the muted element, let's set a color of variable muted, which we've set earlier, and font size to have a font size of 13 pixels. Now recall the muted elements are these elements, the tip, which is Ctrl plus S to save, and also these two leads. Okay, now we have these two elements styled. How? By setting a color of the muted. Recall the muted color here, muted color, which is this grayish color, 8B93A7, this gray color, and also we've given them a font size of 13 pixels, which made them smaller, lower in size. Now let's move on to the stack element, which is an important element. Stack. Recall which elements have the stack class. This aside element have the stack class. Also this section have a class of stack, and also the aside element have a class of stack. So whichever element that have a class of stack, or that has a class of stack, we need to set the following: display as flex, and then flex direction. So the direction of the flex could be row or it could be column. In this case, I have a question. Stack, what does stack mean? Mean it will be displayed or arranged, the items will be arranged in a stack manner, in a stack way, which means we will have to set the flex direction into a column value. So thus the flex direction should be column. And then let's set a gap of 10 pixels. Now note with me the magic happening here. So all of these elements are now arranged in a proper way. Why? Because they have the stack class, and we've selected them by using dot. Recall dot selects a class. So dot stack, and then set the display as flex, flex direction as column. The flex direction property sets the direction of the flex. So basically the flex direction column in CSS, this property in CSS, flex direction CSS property defines how flex items are placed within a flex container. It establishes the main axis. So it establishes the main axis, whether it is a row axis or a column axis, and the direction, normal or reversed, along which the items are arranged. This property is applied to the flex container. So here we have stack is a flex container. The display is set as flex. The parent element with display flex or display inline flex. And the values could be row. So the default, if we don't set this property, by default, any element that have a display flex, it will be displayed as row. So you can see row. But once we set the flex direction property as column, it will be column rather than the default, which is row. So now we have row elements. Note row manner. Let's set them to column. Now we have them in a column manner, in a column way. Why? Because we have flex dash direction set to column. Really important property. And the next value is also column. Column flex items are arranged vertically from top to bottom. The main axis is vertical. And also for row and column, we have two properties which are reverse. So you can set column reverse or row reverse. Row reverse, flex items are arranged horizontally from right to left in a left to right language. The main axis is horizontal, but the start and end lines are reversed. So you can see now, if you set them like that, these items will be flipped. So you can see these items are flipped the other way around because we've set them column reverse. Also, if you do row like that, note we have them in this order. We can do row reverse. So these are all the variations of the values. So here you can see we have row reverse, column reverse. Okay. Now they are flipped the other way around, but the ideal value here is column. Let's move on to the next element of the stack, which is row. So row has a display flex, so a flex box or a flexible box module layout in CSS, and then let's assign the align dash items. So the alignment of the items as center, we need to center them, and the gap as 10 pixels, and let's set here the flex wrap as wrap. The flex wrap will wrap the elements, will make the elements wrap, meaning go bottom, go to the next line when the page is resized. It makes our designs and our layouts more responsive and mobile friendly. And let's go into justify dash content and set it as space between. So essentially, whichever element here that has a class of row, recall, inside the header element, we have a div with the class container and also row. And also inside this container, we have another nice div with the class row. And here also inside the, I think this div, we have div class row, and then we have div class row, which contains the buttons, which is run and open preview in a new window. These all elements, row, will have the next following styles, as you can see. Let's comment it to see the effect. Okay, so now these elements, notice they don't have any display flex, and then the row doesn't appear like a row element. These elements are not in a row mode. Once we specify these display flex, and then what is the flex direction value here? By default, it is row. So we don't have to set it. You don't necessarily have to set flex direction to row, but if you want, that's totally fine, and it will appear like that. So these buttons now are in a row mode, these two buttons and these two buttons. So these containers now are in a row mode, or in a row specific row way. Let's move on to the next element, which is btn. Now btn is a beautiful element, appearance as none. Let's set the appearance as none. Look, this is a nice and magnificent property, appearance none. You can see now these buttons will have the effect of none, like that. So the appearance is now none. You can see the appearance now has become none. And the next is border none. Let's set a border of none. So let's get rid of the border. Here we have these borders. Now we don't have borders anymore. And let's set a background of linear dash gradient 180 degrees and a variable of brand color, brand 2, and also let's set a color of the variable brand. Okay, like that. So we have background as linear gradient, which has a 180 degrees, the first color brown 2, the second color brown. You can see now the backgrounds of the buttons. If you reload the page, now we have, this is the background of the buttons changed. Let's go ahead and set the color as 08111F. So here you can see the color is like that. And let's go ahead and set the font weight as 700 to be bolder. So the font will be weighter. You can see it becomes bold, bolder or weighter, 700. And padding, let's set it as 10 pixels and then 14 pixels. And also let's give it a border radius of 12 pixels. You can play around with that, feel free. And then the cursor as pointer. This is an important property. Now note the cursor isn't pointer. When we hover over the buttons, the cursor doesn't change into a pointer like cursor. If you search here, pointer, cursor, images, this is the pointer, this is the pointer color, this is the pointer cursor, and this is the arrow. So now currently when we hover over the button, it doesn't change. We need to change it into cursor pointer. And then let's specify a box shadow of 0, 10 pixels, and then 24 pixels, 24 pixels, and RGBA of 96, 165, 250, 0.25. Now note what will happen here, and also the alpha value here as 0. Let's make it 35, for example. You can play around with that. Now these are the buttons of our app. Okay, you can see we have all these buttons as the following. Here the padding is 10 pixels, 14 pixels. You can play around with the padding, and also the border radius as 12 pixels, cursor pointer, and the box shadow. Feel free to play with that. Let's move on to the next element, .btn.secondary. So which buttons have the secondary class? If you recall, these buttons have the secondary class. Here, inside this header, we have a button with a class btn and also secondary, which is the save and load btns, the two buttons for save and load in the header. So in the header, the save and load buttons have the secondary class. Note what would happen to them. First, we need to set background of transparent. So give them a background transparent. And then border, let's set it as 1 pixel solid and give it a RGBA color of 255, 255, 255, 0.15. And also let's go to the color and set it the color as the variable txt, and also box shadow, give it as none. So we don't need a box shadow element or box shadow effect. You can see here we have this box shadow, the color, the shades of the button now will disappear. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. This is the new look of the buttons. You can see they now have a background of transparent, so they do not have any background. Border as 1 pixel solid and this color, and also a color of the variable txt. Recall txt is this color, this white color, E9 ECF1, and also it has a box shadow of none. So we've reset the box shadow to be 0, to be nothing, to disappear. Now let's go onto the btn warn, the warning button, which is one button, just one button. This button, run with tests. This button has a class of warn. If we search here, warn button class btn warn, that is the button that contains the text run with tests. So the button with the text run with tests, this button, let's style it and give it some styling as the following. Background, just a background property, linear dash gradient, set a linear gradient color to be 180 degrees. So the movement of the gradient is 180 degrees. And then let's give it a orange color of F59E0B, EAB308. Okay, so these two colors. Now let's see what would happen for this button. Run with tests. You can see we've changed the color of it. Okay, let's move on to the btn. Okay, so guess which button of these buttons are the OK button. This button, run. Okay, background, linear dash gradient. Give it a 180 degrees movement, the movement of the gradient, and then specify 3 for D399, this color, which is the greenish color, and then hash 22C55E. So these two colors would give us the effect of the OK button. Here, this button is the OK button, the button with the OK class, and you can see now it has the green color. Okay, so we are slowly building our page. Let's move on to the .btn era. .btn, the button with the era class, and specify a background of the following: linear dash gradient to have a 180 degrees, so 180 degrees, DEG, short for degrees, and then specify the next color, FB7185, comma, and then EF4444. Okay, these two colors. Let's specify it and run the page. So this is the, I think we don't have this button, which is the era button, era. But if we given this class, for example, to the clear log button, for example, here, make it era, now you would see this button becomes an era button, clear log. Okay, let's move on to the next styling, which is the .select, comma, select, the select element, comma, .text. And let's go ahead and do a background, give it a background color of RGBA 255, comma, 0.03, and then let's specify a border of 1 pixel solid, so the thickness is 1 pixel, the type of the color is, the type of the border is solid RGBA as 255, comma, 0.12. Also, let's set a color to use the variable txt and a padding of 10 pixels, 12 pixels. Give it some inner spacing, and border dash radius, which specifies the radiusness of the borders as 12 pixels. You can see now the .txt. Now, which elements have the text class? Recall that we've set for the text area element here, text area, inside the aside, we have a text area element with a class text. So the class text here, .text. And also we have this text area element with the class text. Okay, if you note them here, these two text area elements, let's run, they have become like that. Okay, so if you want to know how we did that, for example, the background, the border, the color, padding, border radius, you can play around with them and choose whichever values you would like to use. But here I've set the padding as 10 pixels, 12 pixels. Now note, if you change this to 20 pixels, it will become like that. So it will become more heighter. The height will increase. The height will increase. And also, if you set the 12 pixels, for example, 20 pixels, increase it from 12 to 20, it will become like that. So the text will not start from the starting, but will have some padding, then it will start from here. Okay, so rather than start writing from the beginning, it will start writing from the space that was spaced off by the value specified by the padding, which is 12 pixels. Let's move on to the next element, which is now we need to select the text area .text and give it a width of 100%, then give it a minimum dash height of 120 pixels. So the minimum height is an important and significant property in CSS. The minimum height sets the lowest possible allowed height for the element. The element won't exceed this height, which is 120 pixels. Now you can see here, the length have increased. Why? Because we've set the minimum height to be 120 pixels. If you increase it to, for example, 200 pixels, 200 pixels, then it will become, the length will increase. Okay, the length will increase, and it will contain, or it will be enough for more text. It will show more text. But here, let's set it to a reasonable value, like 120 pixels. And the next element, let's go to the tabs element. So the tabs element, which is the div that contains the tabs, these tabs, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and design it to have a display of flex. As we said, display flex is a new way to style the layouts of the modules in CSS, and it has been introduced in CSS3. Gap of 8 pixels, and let's set a flex wrap. So wrap will wrap the elements if the page becomes smaller, and it will make the design mobile friendly. You can see now we've styled the parent to have a display flex and a gap of 8 pixels. Now let's move on to the dot tab element and give it the next styles. Padding, now we can do this actually in the console to see it. Okay, so let's give it a padding of 8 pixels, and then 12 pixels, and also let's set a border dash radius of 10 pixels. You can see now it has a border radius of 10 pixels, and then border as 1 pixel, so the thickness 1 pixel, and then the type of the border is solid RGBA 255, 0.14. Then let's set a background color of RGBA and set it as 255, 0.03. Let's set a cursor as pointer, the cursor property or attribute as pointer. So now when you hover over the element, the cursor becomes pointer. And now let's move on to the font weight element, font weight property, and set it as 700. And also the color to have a color of FFF or white. You can say white. Now you can see we have all these styles, and the padding. Note, without padding, the element won't have an inner spacing, but with padding, now you have inner spacing. The border radius, it becomes it converts the border into a curved angles. You can see into curved angles. You can increase that if you want. Okay, but let's keep it 10 pixels. And also the border, if you don't specify a border, it will become a groovy border. But if you specify it as solid, it will become like this border. Also the cursor, if you don't specify cursor, we won't have this nice effect of the cursor. And also the same for font weight. If you want to convert the font into a weighter style or into a bolder style, you can set font weight as 700 or even 900 or even bolder. So the bolder value. But let's keep it as 700. Let's copy all of these styles and paste them right within the tab element. And by doing so, by refreshing the page, all of these tabs now become styled. So we are slowly and gradually designing and building our web page, structuring our web page, as you can see. Now let's move on to the .tab.active. So what would happen to the active tab? Background, give it a background of linear dash gradient to have a 180 degrees, comma, RGBA, and then 125, comma, 211, so 211 for the green channel and 252 for the blue channel, and set a 0.18 for the alpha channel. Then let's give it another color, RGBA of 96, comma, 165, comma, 250, comma, 0.18, and let's move on to the next property, which is color. Set a color to have a 00F, 00F, then F00. Important. So the active element will have a background and color of these two colors. If you refresh now, the default element now, currently the default tab is what? Here we have button class tab active, which is the HTML tab. So the HTML tab, this button element has a class of tab and also active. So it will have the applied CSS for the active tab. Okay, if you provide the rest of these, for example, active, if you provide the CSS with active, now note, the CSS will be also active. And also, if we provide the JS with the active tab, with the active class, so here the class, set it as tab active, it will activate the JavaScript tab. But currently we don't want this behavior. We just need the HTML tab to be active. Okay? Just need the HTML tab to be active alone. Only the HTML. Feel free to play around with this value. For example, if you want it to be, for example, a red channel or red value, like this HTML. But I want to keep it as green color. Let's move on to the next, which is .editor wrap. The editor wrap element. Recall, here we have these div elements: div class editor wrap, div class editor wrap, div class editor wrap. These three divs have a class of editor wrap. So we want to give them the following styles: position relative. Now, what does a position relative mean in CSS? Well, basically, position relative in CSS mean that the element will be positioned relatively to in terms of the page. So position relative in CSS mean that the element will be positioned relatively in the page. You can see here the position relative property in CSS allows an element to be positioned relative to its normal position in the document flow. This means that the element's original space in the layout is preserved, but the element itself can be shifted from that original position using the top, right, bottom, and left properties. So if you specify position relative, you would see that this element will be positioned relatively, and we can move it using the top, left, right properties. So if you want to move it, you can use these four properties to move and play around and manipulate the editor wrap. If you go to the editor wrap here, element, editor wrap, and also give it a background of blue. Okay, this element, if it appears now after now, when we specify the following properties, we can play around and manipulate with this element by using the top, left, right properties. Why? Because we've set the position to relative, and it will have a relative position in terms of the surrounding elements. So let's move on to the border and give it a 1 pixel solid RGBA of 255, 0.12, the opacity color, and set a border dash radius of 14 pixels. The overflow property as hidden. Let's set the overflow as hidden. The overflow property controls the fluid content of the element. If the content exceeds the parent element, then what should happen to that content? Should it be visible or hidden? In this case, we want to make it hidden, or to specify the overflowity of the element to be hidden. Then minimum height, set it as 280 pixels. So the minimum height will display the element. Before, when we change the background here, it doesn't show because it doesn't have any height. Now we've specified a minimum height. Now that we've specified the minimum height, we can show the element and give it a background and show it. Let's now go to the background and set it as the following: background color as 0B1020. Okay, this element. So the idea of this element is we will write code in here later, then we can run, and it will the result will show in this box, in this preview environment. Okay, like this. So this div here, which is the editor wrap, this is the editor wrap. Here we write code, then we can run, and the result will show over here. So this box is called editor wrap. It's called editor wrap. And by the way, you can play around with the editor wrap as you want. You can set the position here, as I said, position relative. If we give it position, for example, static, it will become static. Why? we cannot use top, for example, top 10 pixels. You can see we cannot use top. But when once we set the position to relative, well, we can move that element as we want. You can see the flexibility of CSS. When you set a position to relative, the possibility, it opens a window of possibilities. We can change the top property, the bottom property, also the bottom to 10 pixels. And also we can play around with the left. So left, to have a left of, for example, this amount. So we can turn, or we can move that element to the left side. Or also we can play around with the right. Okay? So we can feel free to play around with it, but the suitable way is to make it the default. But we need to set it to position relative, to set this element to be relative in terms of its surrounding elements, or to be relative and controllable via top, right, left, bottom properties. Let's move on to the editor element dot editor, and then specify a line size of 100% and also the block size of 380 pixels. So note in here, the editor wrap has a minimum height of 280 pixels, but now the editor has a block size of 380 pixels. The block size is a property that controls the height of the element. So here we have 380. Let's reload. Now we have a more lengthy element. Because why? If we emit or comment this property, block size 380 pixels, then it will just be 280 pixels. Why? Because we've set the minimum height, the lowest possible height for this editor wrap should be 280 pixels, and it shouldn't become lower than this value, because the minimum height is a restriction property. So now if we check from here the console, what is the height of this element? By hovering over it, the height now is what? Is 280. Is 280 pixels, as you can see from the window here. But once we define the block size to 380 pixels, then the height of this code editor will become now what? As 380 pixels. Okay? So this is the idea and the behavior of block size working alongside with minimum height. And also feel free to change the color here to any color of the editor. You can see you can change this color to whatever color you need. For example, if you change this to this color, it will become like that. But let's now return it back to our black color, because most code editors have a black theme, like a Dracula theme. Then we have here overflow hidden. Why? Because we don't need the codes to overwrite this section. We need a scroll element here that we can scroll and see all the codes. For example, if you have a lot of codes here we will have a scroll bar. We can scroll. So the overflow is hidden. We want to hide the codes, but should be able to scroll and see the following and the rest of the codes. So we do not want the codes to overflow and become over this element, become over this parent. Okay, this is the overflow hidden element or property. And also the border radius, let's set it to 20 pixels to see the effect. Here the border radius is 14 now. 20, it will become more radius. Okay, but let's keep it more kind radius as 14 pixels. Now let's move on to the iframe.preview element. Now the iframe element is this area here that will show the result of our project, of our coded project. Let's go in line size 100%. So the width and the block size, let's set it to 380 pixels, the same as the code editor. Border as 1 pixel solid, and then RGBA of 255, 255, 255, 0.12, and then let's set the border dash radius to have a radius value of 40 pixels and also a background of white, or we can say #FFF. Okay, now let's see here what happens to this iframe element, and it becomes now an iframe element ready to show our results, ready to showcase our project. How? By giving it an align size of 100%. So it takes the full available width of its parent, and then we have a block size of 380 pixels. So it become the height becomes more and more. So here, if you check what is the height of this iframe element, it is now currently, it says here, it's 380 pixels. You can see here the height is 380 pixels. Why? Because we've set that here, the block dash size as 380 pixels, and also it has a border. We can set the border to 10 pixels to verify that it has a border. Here, the border, okay, of the iframe element, and also, but the border here is white, so we can change the color to have a blue border by going to the blue channel and choosing a blue color. So here we have, you can see the border of the element, but we don't need this border to be in a blue color. To make it clearer, we can change it to a red color. Now we have a red color, okay? And the opacity, if you don't want opacity, we can get rid of the opacity here and get rid of the A channel. Now we have a red border. But if you want to choose another border, feel free to play around with that. And we have border radius set as 14 pixels. Let's move on to the next step, which is the out element. So recall, we have a little div here with the out class. If you go to the last aside here, now we've really near the finish of CSS. Here we have div id output class out. So this div with the class out, let's set for it the following. Let's give it a background of 0A, 0E, 1A. And then let's give it a border of 1 pixel solid. So the type of the border is solid, and RGBA of 255, 255, 255, 0.12. Let's set a border dash radius of 12 pixels. Let's give it a padding of 10 pixels, and let's set a minimum height. Give it a minimum height, available height as 160 pixels, and also set the overflow as auto, white space as pre-wrap. Now the out element here is this div. So this div element, this is the out element. We need to give it the following styles. You can see here, I think the border radius here is over. Border radius as 12 pixels, not 120 pixels, as 12 pixels, but I've misspelled that and wrote a 0 there. You can see now we have a reasonable border radius div that will show the output. When we click on run with tests, it will show the tests, it will show the logs, and we can clear that logs by clicking on this button, and it will clear out the logs. Okay, feel free to play around with those values. Padding, minimum height 160. Now let's go to the footer element and give it an opacity. So the footer element have an opacity of 0.7, and then also, so if you want to see the opacity now, you can see the footer 3, 2, 1 reload. Now it has an opacity ratio. Okay, it will be not that clear. So if you make them 0.1, for example, it will become invisible, nearly invisible. But if you make them 0.9, then it will be more visible. But let's keep it 7. Then let's give it a font size of 12 pixels to make it smaller, and to give it a text align as center, and also set a padding of 12 pixels. Now we have a text align. You can see the footer here. We have a text align center. The font size is 12 pixels, and it has a padding of 12 pixels. The font size, we can make it bigger, for example 17 pixels, like that. So 25, you can see the copyright symbol, 2025 Program Ocean Academy, all rights reserved. And we can move on to the we can start the KBD, which is the keyboard element, KBD, and give it the following: font family as UI-monospace, and also give it a background of 0E13424. So I think 0E1324, and also set a border of 1 pixel solid and RGBA red, green, blue, alpha 255 255 255 0.15 border dash radius. Let's make the border rounded 8 pixels, and also give it a padding of 2 pixels 6 pixels. Now let's watch that. You can see now here we have the keyboard elements, these spans elements, Ctrl S, Ctrl Enter, 3 2 1. Now we have these elements like that. So the effect of that, the user should press Ctrl plus S. So this effect has become due to the fact that we've used the following styles. Here we have a font family of UI monospace, and also we can use another font which is SF mono dash regular, which will make the font. And also let's use Menlo. You can see Menlo, and also Consolas. So now it is in a console mode. So without Consolas, note the font here. Once we put Consolas, it becomes like that, comma Cascadia code string, comma mono space. Okay, so you can see now we have this type of font. If we emit this, it becomes like that, but if you use it, it becomes like that. And we have a font, so the font family as this, UI monospace SF mono regular, and also Mellow, comma Consolas, Consols, and Cascadia code monospace. And also let's give it a background color of this color. You can change it to whatever color, for example this color. You can see it have another color, but let's keep it like that. And also a border radius, we can increase that to 20 pixels to see the effect. Let's keep it as 8 pixels, and the padding of 2 pixels 6 pixels. Feel free to change that. Let's move on to the last element, label. So the label has a font size of 13 pixels, and then color as the variable muted. Here the label, I think we don't have elements with the label tag. Label class label. We don't have elements with the class label, but if we provide these two leads with the class label, for example class label, then they will have the class label the same. So the font size here is 13 pixels, and the color var muted, we can change, for example, the font size to 15 pixels, and it will become larger. Okay, so now we finished writing the CSS section successfully. As you can see, this is the styling of our page. So we've gone from a backbone web page HTML into this really beautiful, really magnificent, impressive layout. You can see the items are arranged in a beautiful and fancy way. The items are in a grid mode, and also these buttons have a transparent background. Also the title is now in a reasonable font size. You can see here we can write later the codes, and once we click on run with tests, it will produce the outputs here. So feel free to change any of those stylings. Those stylings are considered not hard, not crafted in stone. You can change any of those. So now I think we have to move on to the JavaScript section. So see you in the JavaScript section, and let's dive into JS. Let's dive into the JavaScript section. So recall in the last section we did the CSS styling. Okay, so now if we disconnect the CSS from the HTML, by doing that, the HTML page becomes a backbone structure like that. But once we connect the CSS, this golden CSS file to the HTML, it becomes from this structure into this styling, okay? But now in this section, let's dive into the JS. First, we need to define some utilities. So let's put some equals, utilities, and then some equals. The utilities are as the following: constant, and then let's name it as a $, equals s, then the arrow function in JS, document dot query selector s. Basically, what this $ function does is we pass a selector, a DOM selector, to this function, and then this function will try to select that element. For example, now if you go to this HTML page and use $ and pass in here the class muted, you can see it chooses the first muted div, The same goes for any of the IDs or classes. For example, let's try with the div. This is the first div in the page. So this function $ chooses or selects whichever element, ID or class, whichever class selector or selector you pass it here, it will pass it to the query selector and choose that element and then return it via the arrow function. Next, let's go to the constant $, equals s. We pass a selector parameter, so this is an argument or parameter. Then we try to grab that element, to fetch that element using query selector all, and then pass s. Then if you want to convert this node list, this returns here, note, this returns a descendants of node. We need to pass it to array.match, array.from, to convert it from a node list into a normal JavaScript array. So let's try it here. $, then pass in here the class muted. It will return a array. You can say an array of two divs or two elements, div with the class muted and a UL with the class muted. So every single element with the class muted. If we try the last try here, if we try $, and then pass here div, it will return a massive array of 21 elements, all divs elements. So these two functions are magic functions. They will choose or grab or fetch whichever DOM selectors we pass, but this function, the single $, will choose only the first occurrence of the element, but this $, will choose all of the occurrences of the elements inside a document page. Then let's create a constant out, equals a $. Let's leverage the $ function and pass in here the ID output, and then let's also use the let's create a constant called preview and use or leverage the single $ function and pass in here the hash preview. Also, let's create another constant called storage key, equals academy, for example, dash code lab dash web. So basically what these constants are: the out, preview, storage key. The out constant leverage or uses the single $ function and grabs or fetches the element with the ID output. Recall in the HTML, which element has the ID output? Here we have this div with ID output. So here in the JS, we have selected that element via the hash ID output. And if we try to print it here, output, we have this div, the div output. And the same goes for this constant preview. Recall, which element has the preview ID? If you go to the HTML, well, the iframe element has the ID preview. So we have selected the iframe via using the single $ function and passed the ID preview, and we can write here preview. We have this iframe. If you go down, this is the iframe, which is the preview constant in JS. And lastly, we have a constant, a normal constant that's named storage key, contains whichever text you want. In this case, Academy Code Lab Web. This constant will be used later to store the contents inside a local storage here. But it will store it under this name, which is this name. It will store it under this name, under this title, Academy Code Lab Web. You can choose whichever text you want. Let's move on to the next section, which is constant escape HTML. Simply, what does this function does? It takes from me a s parameter, s argument, and leverages the arrow function, and then convert that s parameter into a string. So you know that the string class in JavaScript converts whichever passed to it into a string. So if you try here, for example, here in the console, try, for example, we have the value undefined. We all know that undefined is something undefined, like that. Undefined is a value that is a value that is undefined. If we pass undefined to a string, undefined, it will convert the undefined into what? Into a string. The same goes for the null. If we pass here null, the value null, it will convert the null into a string. Whichever gets passed to this class string will be converted into what? Into a string. The string will convert any JavaScript object into a string format. For example, if we pass to the string class the name JS, it will convert it into JS. Also, if you pass in here a number, for example 10, the 10 integer will be converted into a string via the string class. Then let's move on to the next step. Dot replace. Let's try to replace. So we have a string. Let's replace any character that matches this criteria, which is slash, and then open square brackets, ampersand, and then lower than symbol, greater than symbol, double quotation mark, and then let's put here /g. So /g, this flag means replace all occurrences, not just replace the first occurrence of these characters, but please, this is a regular expression, change whichever character that matches this pattern and change or replace every single occurrence. And then let's pass a C here, the C that gets returned by the replace here, and do an arrow function, open parenthesis, and then curly brackets. Let's replace the ampersand. If you have the ampersand, let's replace it into this entity. So remember the entities in the HTML, in the footer, this entity, which is ampersand copy semicolon. We have to convert these characters, these special characters, into entities to be interpretable via HTML. So here, ampersand, A and B. So A and B is short for ampersand. Then let's use a lower than symbol or smaller than symbol and convert it into the LT ampersand LT semicolon. So lower than, LT is short for lower than. Then let's go for the greater than, ampersand GT, so greater than, and also let's put here a double quotation mark. So we have to use now single quotation marks and put in here a double quotation mark and replace it with this ampersand quote, QUOT semicolon, QUOT semicolon. Okay, so QUOT semicolon. So we need to convert or map these symbols to these entities, to these HTML entities. GT is short for greater than. So it will replace this symbol with this entity, which will be interpretable in the HTML language that this is the symbol of greater than, or larger than. And the quotation mark will be as quote. Now let's put here, after the curly brackets, let's put square brackets, C. So we want to index on the C, and then let's put here a semicolon. So we have to close here a square bracket, a curly brackets, like that. Here we need to put, after the C, we have to put square brackets, we have to put curly brackets, then at index C. Then also we have to close this parenthesis with another parenthesis like that. This error, I think, expected semicolon. Because we didn't need to close the replace here. We have to close it here, over here. Yeah, like that. We have to close the replace function over here. Now we have finished writing the escape HTML function, which will escape the special characters, which will escape the, I would say, sensitive characters into these entities to make the HTML safer and less prone to XRSS attacks. Okay, let's move on to the function, and let's move on to writing a function called log. The log function, message comma type equals info. So this function is called log. This function in JavaScript will take from me a MSG message. MSG is short for message. Will take from me a message parameter, and the default type is info, and do the following. Constant color. We will color this message by if the type of the message equals error, then let's convert, or let's use the variable here. Let's use a string, the variable of dash error. We can use here single quotation marks. Otherwise, so colon means otherwise. If the type equals warning, let's set the color as the following: variable of dash warn. And then else, so other than this and other than this, let's use at the end a variable. So this is the else, a variable of the color dash brand. Okay, so here we have a constant of color. If the type equals error, then the returned value is variable error. And if the type equals warning, then set the color as warning. Otherwise, else use a color of brand. Then let's create a constant time equals new date. Let's instantiate a new date. Instantiate a new date object dot to locale time string. Okay, we have to write here to locale like that time string, and then go to the next line, create another constant line equals document dot create element. We have to create an element. So in the JavaScript document object model DOM, to create an element we use or leverage the function create element. So document dot create element to create a new element, to create and insert a new element in the HTML web page, and then this element is div. And we pass here the name of the element. So you can create another element, for example, span or section. Whichever element you want to create, pass the name of it. In this case, we need to pass here a div. So we have to create a div element and store it in this line constant. Then let's go to line.innerHTML equals use a tilde span style equals color. So the color equals the constant color here. So whichever value gets returned from these conditions, this is a ternary operator. This is called in JavaScript a ternary operator. So this question mark colon is called a ternary operator. So we are doing some conditions here. If the type equals error, if this type equals error, use this error color. Then we will use this color that gets returned to this constant. We will leverage it here, color. Then close this double quotation mark, close that element, and then put square brackets here, double dollar sign, and then also put squiggly brackets or curly brackets. Then let's write in here time. Then let's close that span. So we have here span / span, this span element, and also let's write in here curly brackets escape HTML. Let's use our escape HTML function, escape HTML, that we have created over here. We have this constant escape HTML and pass into this function MSG. So when we pass the message, if this message contains any of these special sensitive characters like the ampersand, lower than, greater than, double quotation mark, it will be replaced into safe entities and will be interpretable and will be explainable by the HTML language. And let's put here semicolon. Let's move on to the next line, which out. So the out element, recall, what is the out element here? This constant out that contains a single $sign function and then grabs the output element. So out.inner dot append child. Let's append a child. Append child and pass into here the line element. Then let's go to the next line, out dot scroll top equals out dot scroll height semicolon. So we have to change the scroll behavior. Scroll top equals out dot scroll height. Why? Note in here. Now we are talking we are talking about this div. When we run the app, okay, it will make the scroll, note here, the scroll behavior. So every time we run, okay, the behavior is like that. Out.append child, it appends a new child, which is this span element. This span gets appended here. This is a span element that contains what? Contains the time. So here we have the time that we have instantiated over here. So new date dot to locale time string. Then we append that time inside the span and we make the color of that time, okay, depending on this type. So here, if the type here is, for example, error, this time will be in red color. If it's in a warning mode, it will be in a warning color, and otherwise it will be as the brand color. For example, in this case, it is now in the brand color because there is no any issues. But if you have some issues here, for example, if you write here some issues, okay, sometimes it shows this in a red color, okay, but the idea here is that depending on this constant color, it will change the color, the style, the color of the span, and also it will append that child. And the scroll top, note here, when we run again and again, it will make the scroll top, so it will show the last element by setting the scroll top equals out.scroll height with capital H. Let's move on to the next function, which is clear out. This is an interesting function, clear out. This function will clear the log here, okay? So clear out and then pass into here out. So let's use here out dot in HTML equals an empty string. So all this function does is an empty thing. It just clears the in HTML. It simply makes it an empty string. So once we click on this clear log, nothing here, by simply setting the inner HTML property to equal an empty string. That's as simple as it is. Then let's move on to the next thing, which is here. Let's use the single $sign function and pass into here the hash clear out. So we are leveraging the single $sign and passing here the ID of clear out, and then use this question mark dot add event listener, and pass into here the click event, and then let's run that clear out function. So all this function does, or all this line does, it seeks for the clear out element. Let's copy that and run it in the console. We have null. Currently we have null, the element with the ID of clear out. And then we put a question mark. This question mark will get the element if it exists. Otherwise, if this element does not exist, it won't raise an error. So this question mark is a really interesting and helpful way to, if you are unsure about whether this element exists or not, and you do not want JavaScript to cry at you, you don't want JavaScript to cry and make some errors in the console, you can put this question mark. This question mark makes the flow of the code safe and makes the running of the file safer. By how? By emitting if this element exists or not. If this element does not exist, it won't raise an error, and also it won't do anything. It will just ignore what is in there. But if this element exists, it will perform what is in there, which is the add event listener. Click, run this function, clear out. So when clicking on this clear out element, I think we don't have it right now. Clear out, the ID of it here, of the clear out here. So div ID output, this button. So we have to give it this button. We have to give it an ID of clear out. Now we do have that element. Let's go again, seek again here, $, clear out. If you take it from here, yeah, we need hash sign. So if you put here a hash sign ID, we have this button. Once we click on it, it will clear the logs in here. Okay, if you take this segment of code, $ hash clear out, and put it in the console, now we have that button element. Once we click on it, it will clear out the logs. Let's move on to the next function, make editor. This function, make editor, will take from me two parameters, ID, mode. Simply, it will create a constant. So let's create a constant called ed. Ed is short for editor. And let's go ace.edit. So ace is a module, okay, that will help us build this code editor, .edit. The function edit will take from me the ID, so the ID of the editor, whether it was HTML, CSS, or JavaScript, and here we have a dictionary in JavaScript terms, in JavaScript terminology. This is called a JavaScript object. So here we have a JavaScript object, and let's write here theme. So the key theme should be equal as ace/theme/Dracula. So the Dracula theme, like this Visual Studio Code. Now this Visual Studio Code has a Dracula theme. This theme is called the Dracula. If you go to here to file and then go to theme here to change the theme, so preferences, then we have here settings or themes, themes, and then color themes. Here you can see we have dark, and also we have Dracula. Some themes here are called Dracula, so you can download that if you don't have it. I think currently I don't have it, so I need to download it. But there's a popular theme that is called Dracula. So ace/theme/Dracula, let's specify the mode. Let's pass here the mode, tab size. So the tab size should be as 2. So what is the tab size you want? Currently here, the tab size, if you do some tabs here, like that, the tab size is of 2 spaces. So you specify how many spaces you want to add whenever you press on tab. So the tab size now is 2, let's specify the use soft tabs as true. So do you want to use soft tabs? In this case, yes, I do want to use soft tabs as true. And then show print margin, specify it as false. So show print margin as false, lastly wrap as true. Do you want to wrap? So for example, when you write more codes like that and then go crazy, it will reach some point and then wraps. Okay, so again you can see write code. At some point it just wraps. So do you want that behavior? If yes, wrap as true, set it as true. Then let's put here a semicolon. So these are some general settings of the editor. Theme, use a theme of ace/theme/Dracula, mode, and then the mode. So the mode here is this parameter passed to the function make editor, and then tab size 2, use soft tabs, set as true, and then show print margin set as false, and then wrap as true. Let's move on to the next block, which is editor.session. Let's set up a session for the editor. Editor.session.set user or set use wrap mode. This function set use wrap mode takes from me a true. So do you want to set use wrap mode true? And then let's set up a command. So editor.commands, the commands module, commands, and then dot add command. pass into here a JavaScript object. Well, now we have to name this command. Let's name it as run. So we will add a shortcut, a keyboard shortcut. Whenever we click on Ctrl Enter, it will execute the project. So we want to name this behavior as run. So name run, and then the bind key. So the bind key property or key, we have to bind here. We have to pass another sub dictionary, or I would say JavaScript object, and here pass Windows. So the Windows should be as Control Enter. Control, then put a minus sign, enter. So if we click Control Enter, it should run the code. Okay, comma on Mac. On Mac, let's use a command. You have to write command and then minus enter. So command enter on Mac OS, if you have Mac OS in your laptop, and then let's put comma execute. Let's run the execute function, and then we have here curly brackets run web. Let's run the web, and then pass into here false, then semicolon, like that. Then we have to close all that and put here semicolon. After that, let's set up another command by going the same idea. Editor.commands.add command. Let's use the add command function and pass into here a JavaScript object and then let's name that command as save, because we want to save. Recall, whenever we click on Control S, we need to save. Look at that. It saves the project. Okay, so we need to specify that whenever clicking on the bind key here, bind key, let's pass into here Windows, should be as Control minus, we have to put a minus sign, then the capital S letter, comma. On Mac OS, we have to use or leverage Control command minus S to save. Then put semicolon, put comma after this object, and then execute function and run in here save project function. So now you may wonder, from where did we get these functions, run web and save project? Well, when we click on this shortcut, Control S or Control Enter or command, depending on your OS, it will trigger that function, run web, and later we will create it later. So these functions are now not created yet. Later, after a few steps, we will create them and they will be triggered. They will run. They will run when we press Control S or Control Enter. Let's move on to the next step, which is return editor. So now we have configured the editor, and now we are simply returning that configured editor, Okay, let's move on to the next step, which is constant. Create a constant editor underscore HTML equals make editor. So this function that we have created over here, so you can see now we are leveraging our nicely created function, which is function make editor, and we are now instantiating a new object, a new constant from that function, and passing here editor underscore HTML, comma. Here we are passing what? The ID. Recall the ID of these divs. Here we have these divs. Div ID editor underscore HTML. Div ID editor underscore CSS. We have to pass these IDs: editor CSS, editor HTML, and editor JS. Okay, respectively, and then pass into here the mode, which is ACE/theme/HTML. Here we have mode. So ACE/mode/HTML as the following. Why? Because when we are now when we are clicking on the HTML tab, the mode here is in HTML language. But when we switch or move on to CSS, the mode should be converted into CSS mode. So here we have to pass into we have to pass into the mode parameter here, the mode parameter. We have to pass ACE/mode/HTML. The same goes for the rest of the languages. Editor CSS equals make editor. Let's invoke the function make editor and pass into here editor underscore CSS and pass the mode as ACE/mode/CSS. Const editor underscore JS equals make editor. Pass into here the ID. Recall the ID is editor underscore JS. pass it to here, and comma ace slash mode slash, we have to write JavaScript. So we do not have to write, or we don't need to write here JS, or we don't need that. We don't want that. We have to write JavaScript in a full version. JavaScript, okay? And put semicolon. Here, the function make editor takes from me an ID, add a mode, and instantiate a new editor, ed, by going edit ace.edit, so the ace module dot edit, and pass into the ID, and sets the theme as ace theme Dracula, so it establishes the Dracula theme, and then set the tab size of 2 spaces, use soft tabs as true, show print margin false, wrap true, and then it set use wrap mode function to true. We pass here true, and we have bind the keys here of Windows and command of Windows and Mac, bind key, Ctrl enter to run, and it will trigger this function run web, and the same goes here. We have bind the key Ctrl S that we need to save, and we need to trigger this function save project. Okay, now let's create another constant called tab order. So this is an important constant which will define the tab order. It will be an array that contains HTML, CSS, JS. So first we have HTML, then we have CSS, then JavaScript. So this is the tab order. Then let's create a constant wraps equals object in JavaScript, okay, dot from entries. This method we have to pass into here the single $sign function, and pass into here the ID of web editors, or the ID, we need to leverage the double $sign function, okay? So the dual $sign function, and then pass into here the ID as web editors, and then inside this div we have another child which is editor wrap. Recall that inside this div web editors, okay, here we have a div ID web editors. Inside this section, which is this section, we have a div here that contains the web editors. This web editors div contains here sub divs, each div with a class of what? Of editor wrap, editor-wrap for HTML, for CSS, for JavaScript. We have to select them via using this double $sign function, web editors, and then dot editor-wrap, and then let's call dot map, the dot map function. We need to map the W, and then an arrow function. Then we have here square brackets w dot dataset dot pane, comma w. So simply here we are passing a w parameter. This is a parameter passed to the arrow function, and then w.dataset. Here recall that we have this property. This is an important and golden property, data pane, HTML, data pane, CSS, data pane, JavaScript. It is known in JavaScript, if you want to access any data property, for example this property, data pane, if you want to access it, if you have to access it, you have to use the dataset, the dataset attribute. So in order to access or to reach to this property, data pane, we have to access this property dataset, so w.dataset.pane, and then we have to write the same word after the dash, pane. So the word after the dash sign, pane, this word, we have to write it the same way in this here, dot pane, and then return w. Okay, let's go to the next line and create a constant called editors equals a dictionary, and then let's use or create an HTML key, HTML, and map this key to editor_HTML. So recall, we have this constant editor_HTML. Now we are passing this variable or using this variable as a value to this key HTML. This is a JavaScript object, comma CSS, use editor_CSS, comma JS that maps to editor_JS or corresponds to editor.js. this dictionary or this JavaScript object helps us to access these constants quickly and in a quick manner by just referencing the editor's object and then accessing these properties. So rather than referencing the editor underscore CSS, we can just reference editors.css and we can quickly access that object. Then let's create a function called activePane. This function, activePane, will take nothing from me, but it will instantiate a new constant called t equals, so tab, t is short for tab, and then use the single $ function and pass to here the hash, the ID web tabs, and then .tab .active. So here we are simply accessing the web tabs here, the web tabs, this div which has an ID of web tabs. Then inside this div we have a child with the tab class. So class, we have 3 buttons: button class tab, button class tab, button class tab, and each of these buttons and one of these buttons will have the class tab, the class active. So whichever button from these buttons that have the class active, I want to select it and grab it here and then return this tab. So if this tab exists, if this tab really exists, then return t.dataset.pane. Please return the name of the active pane, whether it was HTML or CSS or JavaScript. So whichever active tab, please return the name of it, else return HTML. So by default, if there is no any active tab, by default it will be HTML. Then we have closed this function as this. Okay, so this function, all this function does is that it returns the active pane. It creates a constant. It creates a constant called t. Then it fetches the active tab, whether it was HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. So if let's assume that now we have the CSS active. So CSS. Then return this tab. So if this tab exists, return t.dataset.pane. So the pane property here is, if you scroll to the left, the pane property is what? CSS. Then it will return in here CSS. But otherwise, if there is no any active tab, for example, the active tab here is nothing. So if there is no t, else it will return what? HTML. So automatically it will be, the active tab will be HTML. This is the logic behind this function. This function, activePane, returns whichever active tab it was, whether it was HTML, CSS, or JavaScript. Now let's create a function called showPane. Okay, showPane. Then it takes from me name, one parameter name. Let's use our tab order. Let's reference tab order. This constant contains the tab order, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, a simple array of these values. And this tab order array, let's call a for each method on it, dot for each, and then pass a k, and then use an arrow function, pass a key to an arrow function, and then if wraps, so if wraps at index k, then after this parenthesis, let's get out of this parenthesis and do wraps at index key dot hidden should be equal to k does not equal, so let's put here a parenthesis, k doesn't equal name, semicolon. So here, this is an arrow function that contains a simple if condition. Simply if wraps at index k, if there's wraps at index k exists, then return, do the following. Okay? Which is wraps at index k dot hidden, set the hidden property to be k doesn't equal name, and then put semicolon. This is for each tab order, for each element in the tab order constant. Then let's create a double, or let's leverage the double $ function and then pass into here the ID web tabs dot tab dot for each let's loop for each element in the tab. So for each tab of the tabs that we have available in our code editor, let's pass a t parameter and then do a arrow function. Let's create a constant called on equals t.dataset.pane equals name. So this constant on will check if the pane equals the name returned by here. So if this name equals the dataset pane, whether it was HTML, CSS, or JS, depending on the active, then t.classList.toggle, let's toggle the active, on, okay? And then let's do t.setAttribute. Let's set the attribute. This function in JavaScript, setAttribute, sets an attribute of the HTML element using JavaScript DOM. So we have in JavaScript, document object model controls the HTML elements via JavaScript. This method setAttribute, it sets a specified attribute of a specified or of a particular HTML element using this method setAttribute, and then we have to pass into here the name of the attribute, aria selected. So recall this property, aria selected. By default now, currently, the HTML pane or the HTML tab is the selected pane. So here, aria selected equals true, and the rest CSS and JS are what? Are false. They are not selected. They are not selected. Let's set this property, aria selected, to be what? To be on. So on here will be basically what? Will be true. Then let's go t.tab index. Let's set the tab index to equal, if on exists, then let the value be 0. So if the on exists, if it's true, then set the tab index here as 0 for the CSS or for the JavaScript, okay? Tab index as 0, otherwise let it be -1. And then let's put here a semicolon. So all this function is doing is as the following. When we click on this code editor in here, code editor, okay, and go to the wrapper here, you can see here ace controller, go to the above side here, we have this editor wrap, okay, editor wrap. Once we click on CSS, note there is some changes. Here we have set the HTML to be what? To be hidden. Before HTML wasn't hidden, but once we click on CSS, the HTML will be hidden. And then the CSS here, you can see this div ID editor CSS will have a class of Ace Dracula and a class of Ace Dark. If you go inside this div, it will be activated. So the tab index will be activated. And if you go into the top here, in the tabs, we have div class tabs. You can see here the tab index. When we activate HTML, the tab index of the HTML will be 0. But when we activate the CSS, HTML becomes -1, while CSS becomes what? Becomes 0. So now here we are changing that attribute by setting the attribute aria selected to true, and also changing the active to be true, and changing the tab index property to equal 0 if on exists, otherwise it will be what? -1. Let's move on to the next function here. We have request, this function, request animation frame. So this function applies an animation without the need to reload the page. So without needing to reload the page, it applies a quick animation. Request animation frame, and then it takes from me an arrow function. Let's use an arrow function. Inside it, let's instantiate a constant editor equals editors, and then pass into here the name. Okay, and then if this editor and editor.resize, then editor.resize, we have to pass into here the true. So we have to editor.resize true, and also editor.focus, we have to focus on the editor by passing into here nothing. So we have this request animation frame. After this request animation frame function, and also after this function, which is show pane, we have to get out of it and and call the element ID web tabs by leveraging the single $sign function web tabs, and then checking whether this element exists or not. If it exists, do the following: add event listener. We have to add an event listener, a listener that listens for events, and then this event is as click. So this listener will listen for the click events, and it will do the following: it will pass into here an e parameter, so the event, and it will do the following: constant btn equals e.target.closest. Here we have to write closest, so note closest, and pass into here the .tab class. Then if there's no btn, if this btn doesn't exist, then return nothing and get out of this function. Well, otherwise, show pane. Let's call this function, this little nice function, show pane. Okay, let's call it and pass into here btn.dataset.pane. So this add event listener, when we click on this web tabs ID element, this element that has the web tabs ID, this listener will listen for the clicks events and then do the following: it will perform the following function: an arrow function that takes e event, and then it will instantiate a constant as the name btn, and then e.target.closest pass into here the .tab class, and then checks if there is no a btn. If there isn't btn element, by putting exclamation mark, so the negative operator. If there is no any btn, return nothing and get out of this function. Otherwise, call and trigger this function show pane by passing into here the name, which is the name of the editor, which is in this case btn.dataset.pane. Let's move on to the next section, which is web tabs. Let's select the web tabs element also. Again, web tabs by using the ID hash web tabs. Then let's use the question mark for safe selection. If this element doesn't exist, it will not throw an error. Otherwise, it will perform the following: .add event listener. Let's listen for the event, which is in this case key down, and do the following: pass an e parameter here to the arrow function, and then constant idx. Idx is short for index. Then let's go tab order. Let's reference the tab order constant dot index of. This function will retain the index of the matched element, so it will perform a search over this array, and if the past element matches any of these elements, it will basically return the index of that element. So return the index of, and then pass to your active pane. Okay, this function active pane, and then if e dot key equals arrow left, so arrow left, or let's put the or operator. So if the e dot key, if the key equals arrow left, the arrow left key on your keyboard, or e dot key if it equals or matches the arrow right, so the arrow right button on your keyboard, then create a constant delta equals e dot key equals arrow left. Otherwise, if it equals arrow left, then make the value as -1. Otherwise, make it as 1. And then call the function show pane. We have to call it, trigger it, and pass into here the tab order and index on the following. Let's pass here a parenthesis, and then idx plus delta plus tab order dot length. We have to get the length of it. Then let's, after this parenthesis, put a percentage sign, and then perform a modular operator on the tab order, or the modulus operator on the tab order dot length. So here we are basically taking the remaining of the division between, we don't need semicolon. Here basically we are getting the remaining of the division operation of this IDX, so the index plus delta, then which is either -1 or 1. So delta is either -1 or 1. When we add delta to the IDX and then sum with the tab ordered length, so we are summing with the length of the tab order, then we are dividing by the length of the tab order, but here we are not dividing, we are taking the modulus, so the remaining of the division operation. So every mathematical operation has a division. Here, if you go to the console and do the following, if we go to 9 divided by 3 equals what? 3. So if you do 9 modulus 3, it will be what? 1. So if you do 9 modulus, so modulus 3, here we have 0. This is 9 and 3, okay? Again, 9 divided by 3 is 3. What is the remaining of this division? 0. How do we know that? If we go 9 modulus 3, we have 0. But if we have, for example, 10 divided by 3, and we all know that 10 doesn't divide equally by 3. We have some remaining parts. If we take the modulus operator, modulus 3, we have the remaining as what? 1. So here we are taking the remaining of the division operation between IDX plus delta plus tab order length, and then taking the remaining by dividing this part on this part, which is the length of tab order. Let's move on to the next section, which is here. Let's just trigger this function, show pane, and pass here HTML. Okay, so by calling show pane and passing HTML, we are now calling that function of this show pane function, which is here, this show pane, and letting JavaScript go through all of this logic. Now let's move on to the next section. Now let's write the function, name it as build web srcdoc, and then pass into here with tests parameter or argument equals true, set as true or set as false. Let's instantiate this with false. So we want to instantiate the with tests parameter as false. Then let's create a constant HTML equals editor underscore HTML. So use or reference the editor underscore HTML dot get value function, and then two empty parentheses. Then create another constant called CSS equals editor underscore CSS. So now we are referencing the editor CSS constant, which is here. If you recall, the editor CSS, this constant, make editor, and then let's call the dot get value function. So note the capital V, get value. The same goes for the JavaScript. So constant JS equals editor underscore JS dot get value, and then we have this function method get value being called on the editor JS. Let's create another constant called tests that equals, let's use or leverage the single $ function and pass into here the ID as test area, and then use the question mark operator, which checks whether this element exists in the web page or not. If it exists, then we're good to go. Dot value, or just be an empty string. Then let's do dot trim function parenthesis. So the trim function will trim whatever the value that returns from here, whether it's the value of the element or this empty string. If it's this value of this element, then it will trim it. If it's this empty string, it will trim nothing. Then return the following: return tilde, open two tildes, and write into here the document, the base code for the document of the web page. So this code editor here, if you go to this code editor, then it will, when we write here some codes, for example h2, note that this is just h2 element. If you write into here hello world, then run with this, you can see that here we have just hello world, but it embeds or it inserts the base HTML code, which is the doc type HTML, head and body. So we don't have to write this code here. We don't have to write document type HTML, then specify in here the HTML opening tag and head. So we don't have to write that. So instead, we will put it here by default, and we will insert the HTML that we write into here. We will insert it into the body. So let's go document type doc type HTML. So now we are specifying the document type as HTML. Then open the HTML tag, specify the language as EN, English, then direction as left to right. So this is the opening HTML tag, and we can close that into here. Inside this HTML tag, or inside this HTML element, let's open a head element or a head tag, and let's close that head. So the head element will contain the meta character set equals UTF-8. So the default or the most popular type of encoding that encodes or supports every single character is UTF-8, meta character set UTF-8. And also we need the meta name viewport that will allow our page to be displayed in a mobile friendly way. Then set the content equals width equals device dash width semicolon, and then initial dash, let's put a comma here, okay, then initial, so we comma, initial dash scale equals 1.0. Then close that string and then close this element. So the meta name viewport will ensure that our web page will be rendered in a mobile friendly way. So as you can see, meta name viewport content width equals device dash width comma initial scale equals 1. So this is the most popular value. Then let's instantiate the style element. Inside this style, as you can infer, we will paste here whatever we write in CSS. So if you make the color, for example, blue, and run with tests, then the color here will be blue. So we want to embed this styling inside the head section, specifically or particularly inside the style element. So here we have the variable CSS that we got from here. Recall that we have this variable CSS. So these constants will grab the content of the editor, whether it was HTML or CSS or JavaScript. So dot get value. Remember, get value. This method gets the value of the code editor and grabs that content, whether it was HTML or CSS, and stores them inside these constants. Then we can safely put or print the CSS inside this style element. Then put a \n to go on a new line. Then we can make this /style, then /head like that. We can do it like this. Then move on to the body element. So body element, and then /body element. Inside the body element, as you know, we will put the HTML. So here HTML tag will go, or the HTML constant that we got from here. So const HTML, name it as HTML equals editor underscore HTML dot get value. This method retrieves the HTML and then prints it inside the body tag. And also we need to open a script tag, then /script tag. Inside this script tag, let's embed or let's insert the JavaScript, which is simply this constant which is JS. So knowing that the JavaScript, if there's an error in JavaScript, then it will throw that error and it will break our system. So our system will break if we have an error in the JavaScript. For example, if we have some errors in the JavaScript, then note our system won't break, but rather it will just display an error in the console saying that catch effect, whatever is in here, isn't defined. So if you write in here, for example, JavaScript and then run, it will tell us that JavaScript is not defined because this is really isn't a variable or isn't a function. So in order to do this nice behavior, this smooth behavior, rather than breaking our system, causing issues, causing some breaking alerts, let's just embed the JavaScript into a try block. So let's try and execute the JavaScript, and if everything goes well, if everything is good to go, then that's all right. We can do the following, which is with tests, the with tests parameter, and tests, then question mark. This is a ternary operator that checks a shorthand conditions. Then we can put open in here tilde, put a backslash n, then slash star, then tests star slash, then put a backslash n. So this is a comment, tests in JavaScript, then backslash n new line. So backslash n inserts a new line. Then we have to write in here the curly brackets and write into here tests. Otherwise, let's return empty string. So here we are trying to execute our JavaScript code, and then we are checking if with tests, if it's true, if it exists, and tests, then return the tests. Otherwise, return empty string. If you don't have tests, it will return empty string. If you do have tests, it will return the tests and this prefix, which is the tests. And then let's do a catch error. So if there's an error in the JavaScript, let's catch it using the catch block and then pass e as the error. Then let's go console.log. As we said, we don't need, or we don't want to break our system. Rather, we want to print an error to the console. So console.error. Here, if you go to the console, to our code editor here, and write into here console.error, and then hello world, for example, it will declare an error in the console. So if you write console.log, this will simply log some data into the console, like that, hello world. But if you do console.error, this function will publish an error or will start an error. For example, you didn't define the function. So this will publish an error or will declare an error in the console. As you can see with the red background, you didn't define the function. So we want to declare a function here. We want to publish an error statement, console.error, and then pass into here the error, whatever the catched error was in the JavaScript. So whatever the user has done wrongly in the JavaScript will be catched and will be proposed to the console as the error. Then let's type into here the so after this square bracket, let's end the script like that, /script, and we need to put in here like that, slash, then backslash script. So like backslash and then slash script, then slash body slash HTML. And we of course here we want to like that. We don't need to close the tilde there. So like that. Here we have console.error, then put a backslash to escape the slash sign, then slash script, then slash body, and then close the HTML. And here you can see we have this error, expected colon. I think we need, we don't need this semicolon here, and expected like this, unterminated template literal. So we have to close this semicolon here. Here with tests and tests, we need a question mark, then tilde, I think backslash n, and then embed the tests. Then we need to close the tilde here. This tilde we haven't closed. We've started tilde here, but we haven't closed it here. So we need to start a new tilde and end it here, over here. Why? Because this is a string. This is a standalone string. Here we have a backslash n, new line, then we have this test comment, then new line, then we insert the tests, whatever the test was. So simply what this function does is it builds a web source code. It establishes the source code for the web page that will be written by the user who uses our code editor. Here we've got the content of the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and we embed it into the base HTML5 code, which is document type HTML, HTML language English, head, and the metas, and then we inserted the CSS inside the style, as you can see, and also we've inserted or embedded or appended the HTML inside the body tag, and the same for the JavaScript. But for the JavaScript sake, as we said, JavaScript is a sensitive language. It's a real programming language, unlike HTML or CSS, and when it contains an error, it will throw that error and break our system. But rather, why don't we safely do a try catch block and try this code? If it contains some errors, then these errors will be catched and will be proposed to the console. Or if it doesn't contain any error, then this will be executed within the script, and this JavaScript will be safe to use. After this function, let's define another function that says run web. So the name of the function is run web, and let's here pass with tests. So the parameter or the argument with tests equals false. Let's pass here false, and then preview.srcdoc equals, let's call that function build web srcdoc and pass into here the with tests parameter. So recall that this function takes from me one parameter, one argument called with tests, capital T, and this parameter is initialized, is starting as a false value. We've started it, or we've initialized with a false value, and now we have passed to it this parameter with tests. We've passed it to this function build web srcdoc. Then let's go log function and pass into here with tests, this with tests parameter. If it's true, then return run with tests. Otherwise, return web preview updated. So this is a ternary operator. This is a ternary operator in JavaScript. It checks for whether the with tests is true or not. If it's true, then return run with tests. If it's not true, if it's false, like the default, now the default is false. So the default behavior is it will return this value, web preview updated. So based on the with test parameter, it will return one of these two strings. This is the run web function. And recall that run web function, when we click Ctrl Enter in Windows, or if you have Mac, if you click Command Enter, then, or if you press Command Enter, then it will execute this function, which is run web. And this function by default will execute this function, build web srcdoc, this function. And this function will do the following: instantiate or establishes the base HTML5 code and inserts the CSS, HTML, and JavaScript into their respective places. Now let's move on to the next, which is using our $sign variable and pass into here the run web hash run web. So we want to select this element with the ID run web, and then the save selection, which is question mark dot add event listener. If there is an if this element exists, then we want to listen for the click elements, for the click events. Then we want to listen for the click events and do the following: we want to execute the run web function and pass into here false. So here all we're doing is we are selecting the run web element, and then we are selecting it in a safe mode, question mark dot add event listener will listen for every single event, click events, and run this function or trigger this function run web with the default behavior false. The same goes for the run tests. So let's select the run tests element safely, question mark dot add event listener listener, add event listener. I think I have a typo in here. Add event listener, like that, and then click. When we click on the run test button, we have to execute this function, which is run web, but this time pass to here true. So if you want to run the web, if you want to run the code in these tabs, but in tests mode, like in here, run with tests. So we have some tests, okay? Then we have to pass into here true. Why? Because the parameter with tests will be true. So this true will overwrite. This true will overwrite over the false. But if you want the default behavior, which is without tests, we can pass into here false. So it will be run, or it will run without any tests. And this is the default behavior. After that, let's select now, use the $sign and select the element open preview. Open preview. Okay, so now we are selecting this element open preview using the ID open preview. And then let's put question mark dot add event listener. Add event listener, and then listen for the click events, for the clicks. So as you can see, the add event listener method of event target the event target interface sets up a function that will be called whenever the specified event is delivered to the target. Then comma, let's call this function, this arrow function, which will instantiate a constant called src source equals build web source doc, this function, and pass into here false. Then also let's instantiate a constant or create a constant that's named w equals window dot open, and also pass into here about blank. So if you notice before, when we click on open preview, it will open the project in a new window, and it says here about blank. So it opens it in a new window, in a new browser window. So to do that, we need to instantiate a window by going const w. W is short for window. So if you don't know what w is short for window. Then we have window dot open a new window about blank, and then we can go w dot document dot open. We want to open that window. Then we want to w dot document dot write. We want to document write. We want to write the src, the source, which is coming from this function. Recall that this function build src web, it returns all of this tilde, which contains the base HTML code with the CSS, with the HTML, and with the JavaScript. So we have these three positions will be replaced with whatever we write in these tabs. Then these codes will be returned and stored in this constant, and we will write it forcefully on this W window. Then also let's go w.document.close. Let's close, finally, let's close close the window to prevent losing resources. So if you do not close this window, it will be opened and it will consume resources like computing resources. Then let's close that function using semicolon. Now let's dive into the function of project JSON. So project JSON, this function will simply return a dictionary, or I would say JavaScript object, then version 1. So this is the first version of this app. If you modify it later, you can put here 1.1, for example 6 or 2. So now it's version 1. Then let's put here kind as web only. So this is the type of the code editor. It's just web only. Then assignment as, let's use our $sign function and pass into here assignment. And then let's put question mark dot value, or just simply make it as a empty string. So we need to select this assignment text area element here. Recall the ID equals assignment. This element is a text area element. So we have here a text area. Inside the assigned element, we have a text area element with ID of assignment. We want to select that element using the single $sign function and then get the value, dot value. Or otherwise, if there's nothing, let's put an empty string. Then test, let's select or choose the element test area dot value. Let's put here a question mark dot value, or otherwise let's put here an or operator, which is double pipe, so double pipe signs, and then put empty string. HTML, let's get the editor HTML dot get value function, comma. The same for CSS. Let's go editor underscore CSS dot get value function, and also JavaScript. Let's go editor underscore JS dot get value function or method, so we can get the value. And lastly, let's close that or end that object with a semicolon. So all this function does, project.json or project.json, it returns a JavaScript object of these keys mapped to these values. Version 1, kind web only. Assignment as the assignment element or target the assignment element and gets the value. Test area gets the value of test area. And editor HTML, editor CSS, editor JS dot get value method to get the value of those editors. Then let's create a function called load project. This function will take from me objects. So this object will be returned by this function and will be passed to this function, load project, sequentially. Then we have a try block that will try the following. So a try and catch block is popular in programming. Tries the following block of code, and if it contains any error, it will be catched via the catch later. So catch error later. Here inside the try, let's put if assignment. Let's choose the assignment element, and then let's go assignment. Then if there's an assignment element, get that assignment element like that. So here you have assignment with hash sign, hash assignment like this, and then dot value. Let's set the value for it to equal object dot assignment. So now we have this object, which is this JS object, and then we are getting or we are accessing the assignment key. So to access a key from inside a JavaScript object, we use the dot notation. So we use the dot notation dot assignment to access this assignment key or assignment map, or just return nothing. Then semicolon. The same goes here. If there's an element as the following, if there's this element which is hash ID test area, then select this element test area dot value and set the value to it, or you have to change the value by the following: object dot access the test key, which is this key dot test. This is the key that we have to access. Object dot test, then or leave it as empty string, and then editor underscore HTML dot set value. The method set value pass into here object dot HTML or nothing in case there's nothing, because maybe there's no any HTML. So maybe we don't want any HTML, but we just need to code some CSS. Here you can see CSS, for example, background as red. Then we can run that, and that is correct. Maybe we don't need any HTML. Some projects do not include any HTML. The same case for CSS. Some projects just have HTML but without any CSS, and also without any JavaScript. So you can do that and it will be valid. How? By returning empty values, then semicolon, and then editor underscore CSS dot set value. Let's set a value by going object dot CSS or just return nothing. And also to move the cursor to the specified position, we have to pass it into here -1. So let's specify in here -1 for all over here. So the set value takes from me the value and then the cursor position. Also editor_js dot set value. We want to set the value of the editor.js by passing the object.js, and then or just return nothing, comma -1. Okay, so now we are setting the value of the editor.js by passing the object.js or nothing, comma -1. Then let's go ahead and log the following string. So the message, recall the log function here above. So log this function, log this function will take from me a message and the type of this message, whether it was info or error or warning. And if it was error, it will use this error color. If it was warning, it will employ this warning color. Otherwise, it will leverage this color. Okay, let's go down and log this message, web project loaded. And what is the type of this message? Well, the type of this message is by default here, it is info. So this type message is by default type equals info. By default, it's an information type of messages. Informational. It's not error. It's not considered a warning. Then let's close with a semicolon. Catch, if there's an error in all of this code, so we want to try and run this code. If this block of code contains any kind of error, then let's catch it by going log and then unable, let's write here, unable to load project, then plus the error to inform us or to tell us what is the error that's been catched. Or we can write here colon. So unable to load project plus error, and then pass here the type of the message as error. So we want to specify, to label this message, that this message is an error message. Here you can see the log function. We can specify the type as error, and if the type equals error, then use or employ or leverage this variable color that will hint that this message will be an error message. Let's move on to this function. So function, we have a function here to set default content. This function sets the default content of the web editor. It takes nothing. Then let's set the editor HTML.set value. We have to set the value and pass into here the following tilde. Then we have to write this here. What is the default content that you want to write? For example, in this case, we have this default content. So maybe we can copy this content and paste it into here like that, and it will be here. And also you can use whatever you want. So you can specify whatever content you want to put or you would like to put as the default content. Right now we do not have any content by default, but you can specify, for example, a comment that says write your content here, write your HTML code here, ... Then let's do the following. Editor_CSS, we can keep it simple. .set value equals, or this function takes from me a tilde. Then let's put in here a comment in CSS like this. Comment in CSS. Comments in CSS are done by doing /*//. Then write into here, write your CSS code here. ... Then the same editor_JS. So this is a simple function that sets the default content for each web editor. .set value. Then we can pass into here a tilde or a simple string. Then write into here your in comment, your JavaScript code goes here. ... So now we have the default content that will go for each code editor. Then we have to specify in here the -1. So you have to put here -1, comma -1, and for the HTML -1. Why? Because -1 specifies the position of the cursor. So here you can see once we reload, the position of the cursor by default is -1, meaning the position of the cursor will be at the beginning of the code editor. So it will start at the beginning or at the start of the code editor. So we have to pass into here -1. This is really important. Now let's move on to this function which is called save project. This function takes from me nothing, but it does the following: tries. So a try block. Let's try to create a constant called data equals JSON. So the JSON class in JavaScript dot stringify. Stringify is an interesting function that will stringify any JSON object you pass to it. So it parses that JSON object by going project JSON. So this function that we have created earlier, recall this function project JSON, it returns a JavaScript object. Then we pass this function, which is project JSON. Okay, we pass it to the stringify method. Then we have to specify here null, comma. So null is the replacer, the onto replacer. Then comma space equals as 2, semicolon. Create another, or now let's do a local storage. Let's use local storage objects in JavaScript to use and leverage the local storage dot set item. Let's create a new item. So here we have in the console application, you can see here we have local storage, and local storage is a system in the browser that stores temporary data or stores temporary information inside the user's itself browser, inside the user's browser itself, and this data will be removed once the user removes the cache. So once the user removes the cache data, this data here will be removed. So it is considered temporary, and also it is one of the most easy ways to store data in the web. Here we can do local storage dot set item and pass into here a key, for example my own key, and then put the value as, for example, the color blue, for example. Now if you go to the application, now we have this key, my own key. This is the key and the value is color blue. So you can store whatever you want. Another example, local storage dot set item. For example, this tutorial is on, and then the value as free code camp, run application. Now we have a new key. This tutorial is on free code camp. So this is a way to store information on the web. Set item, pass into here the storage key. Recall that storage key is a simple constant that we have created earlier, way back up in this page, storage key, and it contains some kind of string. You can name this as whatever you want. In this case, I want to name it Academy Code Lab Web. So the storage key, this is the name of the key for the local storage, comma, the value is the data. So the data that we get back from the JSON, we want to store it. So JSON, the JSON class dot stringify and pass the function project JSON. Then let's go constant blob. Let's instantiate a blob object, new blob object, and then pass into here the an array of data, comma, type as application/JSON. Okay, so here we wanted to define that the type of this blob is application/JSON. It accepts JSON files. Then constant a, let's create an element a, which is anchor tag, the anchor tag, the popular anchor tag in the web. And then let's go document. So the document object model dot the function create element. So we want to create an element. Then pass to here a, the a tag, the anchor tag. A, now we have a created a element. We can manipulate this element whichever way we want, like a dot href equals url dot create object url and pass to here the blob element. So here all we are doing is we are creating a new element a, and then we are changing its href property to equal url dot create object URL and passing into here the blob. Then we can go a dot download equals academy dash web dot json semicolon, and also a dot click. We want to click on this link by default, so this is programmatically. This is a programmatic way of clicking on elements. So clicking on elements. So if you want to click on element programmatically, we can do that easily using the click method. Here, if we go to this and create a new element, for example, constant anchor equals document dot create element a, then we have this element a document. Okay, so here we have document dot create element a. Now we can a dot href equals, for example, google.com. Here we have anchor, we can go anchor. Okay, google.com. Now let's append this element to the body, so you can go document dot body dot append child and pass into here the anchor tag, anchor. As you can see, now we have this anchor tag. Let's write into it. So anchor dot text dot txt dot text content equals, for example, Google, equals Google. Okay, then let's re-append it to the HTML. Now if you go down here, we have this anchor tag. Okay, and if you want to click on it programmatically, we can do that by doing anchor dot click. It will redirect us to Google. You can see it went to google.com, so it will redirect us automatically. We can do that by doing dot click. So dot click, this is a programmatic way of clicking on elements. Now let's log some message by going saved locally and saved locally and downloaded JSON file. And here we have a catch. Let's catch the error, catch E, and pass into here log write unable to save. So if we are unable to save, plus error, print the error message, comma, let's label this message as an error message. So this message will be an error message. Now lastly, let's select our elements, hash save btn dot safely using a question mark dot add event listener and listen for clicks, comma, save project function. So let's run the save project function when we click on this element, save btn. So save btn dot add event listener, and then when clicking, let's run this function, save project. And the same goes for the load file. Let's select the load file element, or load btn. So hash load btn question mark dot add event listener click. So we want to listen for clicks. And then when a click happens, let's run this function, which is selecting this element open file dot click. So you want to click on this open file. And also let's select this element open file, this element which has the ID open file, and then put question mark dot add event listener, and then pass to here the click event or the change. Let's listen for the changes, comma, asynchronously. Let's asynchronously run this arrow function, which takes E constant f. Let's create a constant f equals E dot target dot files. Otherwise, if it contains files, then question mark return dot at index 0. Okay, otherwise if we don't have f, so if f doesn't exist, so if you do not have f, let's go ahead and return nothing and get out of this function. Otherwise, let's try and do the following: constant object equals JSON dot parse. Let's parse JSON and await. So here pass await keyword, await, and here let's go f dot text. Let's get the text of the f, and also load project. Let's call load project and pass into here the object. So the load project function is a function that we have created earlier here. Load project, it takes from me an object and it tries to get some values from that object, like the HTML, CSS, JavaScript. It accesses HTML, CSS, JS from the object, and if anything happens here wrongly, then it will catch that error and pass a unable to find or to load project plus error and pass this to the log function. So here, let's go after the catch error. Here we have an error, catch or finally expected TS. So yeah, try expected catch. So catch error. Then we have here catch as error. Let's name it as ERR, error, the variable of the error that will store the error message. Then log. Let's log into here invalid project file, comma error. Then put semicolon. So here the log function will log the following: invalid project file, and then label this message as an error message. Then let's close it with a semicolon. Finally, let's do a try block. So try, let's try to create a constant called cache equals local storage dot get item. So this is from the cache get item, and then pass to here the storage key. So if you whenever you want to retrieve any key from here from the application, you just reference the key by its name. For example, my own key here, we can reference the name of the key by going local storage dot get item, and then reference the name of the key. It will return the value of the key. So to get the value, just reference the key of the name by going get item storage key. And then if cache, if there's a real cache, then go ahead and load project, pass into here JSON dot parse, and pass the cache. So you want to parse the cache. Why? Because the stored values here will be JSON. So in order to parse and decompose that JSON, we have to pass that cache. So the data that is being gotten from this local storage, we have to pass it through the parse function from the JSON class and parse it. Else, if you do not have cache, so if cache isn't available, then set default content. So this function set default content will, here we have defined it here earlier, this function here, set default content. It sets the default content for the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and it places the cursor at the first position using the -1 operator. Then let's go and put here semicolon and move on to the catch. So catch error. This time we don't need to catch any error, so let's go ahead and set default content. So let's call or trigger that function, set default content, put semicolon, and lastly let's log some message that says ready. The app now is ready. Web only editor HTML/CSS/JavaScript, and then congratulations, we have finished writing our JavaScript. And here I think we have an error. because the space between the question mark and the dot. Okay, so now congratulations, we have finished writing our JavaScript code. As you can see, these are all of the functionality needed to build this code editor. So first we have created a helper functions, two helper functions, single dollar sign and double dollar sign. So the single dollar sign function will choose the first occurrence of the pass selector. The double dollar sign will choose all occurrences of all elements in the DOM or in the document, and then out leverages the single dollar sign and selects the output. The same for preview, it selects the preview element, the iframe element, and then we have this escape HTML function. This escape HTML function will escape the special sensitive characters and write them in the entity version. So rather than using them in this version, we want to convert them or map them into their respective corresponding entity versions to escape the unsafe HTML. Then we have this function called log, which simply takes a message and then the type of that message, and it will display that message with a span with an error color or warning color depending on the type of message, or it will just be a brand color if the type is info. And also it will append that child into the out. As we said, the out variable here is here. This is the out variable. It will append that child. And also we have a function called clear out. This function will clear out the logs. Then we have a function called make editor. This function will set up a new editor, as you can see, and then configure this editor, as you can see, with the add command, binding the keys Ctrl enter or command enter to run and execute this function. Run web with tests equals false, and also bind the key Ctrl S or command S to save the project or to save the code, and it triggers this function save project. So it triggers this function save project, and it returns the configured editor. And then we instantiated a new editor for each language, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, by passing here the mode as ACE mode HTML, ACE mode JavaScript, ACE mode CSS. And then we have here the tab order, the order of the tabs, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and also here we have the editors mapped to their keys for easy access, for easy and quick access. And also here you can see we are mapping through each of the windows. So here we have window w window.dataset.pane, and then we are returning the window. Then we have a function called active pane, which will return the active pane, and then if there is no any active pane, by default it will be HTML. Then it shows the pane using this functionality here for each toggle active, and then set attribute aria selected to on. And as we said, the request animation frame will perform some animation without needing to reload the page. And then we have this function, this if condition, editor and editor resize. Then we have to resize true and then focus on the editor. Also here we have the add event listener key down, which will perform a key down if we press on the buttons. Then if the button is arrow left or arrow right, then it will move that cursor by that amount. So here we have index plus delta plus tab order modulus tab order dot length. Okay, so here the add event listener is listening for key down strikes on the keyboard, and here we have an add event listener for clicks. If we click on that and if there is no any button, we return nothing and exit out of the function. Otherwise we show the pane and we pass into here the name of the pane as btn.dataset.pane. Then we have this function which is build web srcdoc. This function builds the essential or initial HTML5 codes and embeds the HTML, JavaScript, CSS into their respective fields or places. Then we have this function run web, which will run the web depending on the with tests. So if you have tests, then it will return this message, run with tests, otherwise it will be web preview updated. Also we have this functionality here, which is project.json. This function returns a object this object contains some meta information about the editor, like version 1, kind web only, assignment, the value of the assignment, and also the value of the test area, and for the HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Then we have this load project, which will load the data and places the cursor at the first position using -1, and also set default content, sets the default content of the web page. And here we also have save project. This function deals with the saving using the JSON.stringify. As we said, stringify parses a JSON object. Then we instantiate a new item in the local storage named as the key storage key and stores the data. Then we instantiate a new blob object and also create a new element anchor. Set the href to the URL and also set the download as Academy Web JSON, and we click on it programmatically. And lastly here, as we said, these are all of the functionality that we have discussed earlier. So now we need to import the ACE library. ACE library is a module in JavaScript that helps our code editor becomes fully working with interpreting the language of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So let's go to Google, and you can see here CDN.js. Let's copy the CDN of the ACE library, as you can see. Then go to our index.html page, and right before our script importing, let's write in here script /script, and here paste the source into the src property, or paste this URL into the source attribute. Now if we go to our code editor here and refresh, go to Ctrl U, you can see now the CDN of the ACE library. As you can see, this is all of the code of the ACE library or ACE module. Now congratulations, we've built this code editor together. Now your code editor is fully working, is fully functional, and all of the functionalities are working 100%. So thank you for watching, and see you in new tutorials, and bye bye.